Chapter 9:12. The first place he was teleported out from the 5th level was a rectangular hall. Presently, he was at one end of the hall. In front of him were countless neatly arranged passageways. The place where Yi Qinghan was teleported out was several hundred meters away from the exit. Yi Qinghan did not find this strange. After entering every level, he would be teleported to within 1,000 meters of the exit. Furthermore, the teleportation location was random. This way, he could avoid being surrounded and killed. This was designed by the Soul Emperor for the sake of the challengers. At this moment, the exit had been blocked by dozens of experts. It was impossible to teleport out from the exit. The path ahead was also blocked. There was no way to escape. Yi Qinghan had imagined such a situation many times in the volcano world. He had calculated for a long time. Now that he encountered such a situation, he had no choice but to risk his life. Let's perish together. Yi Qinghan's deafening roar reverberated in the hall. At the same time, the mask on his head slipped down, revealing his ferocious face. The white flames on his body surged out. It was clear that he wanted to self-detonate and perish together with the incoming warriors. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The dozens of God Emperors stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with terror as they retreated. They had an impression of this face. Before coming, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had shown them a portrait. Yi Qinghan. Everyone present was familiar with this person. After all, there were many legends about him. He had precious treasures and transcendent-grade divine weapons. His head was worth a transcendent-grade divine weapon and countless unique treasures. But nobody would forget one point. His reputation had shaken the divine world. He had killed many people. He had battled against the entire Star Sea for more than a decade. The billions of Star Sea did not kill him. Instead, he had killed many people, and a supremacy expert, Paragon Flying Snow, had been killed by him. Under his great reputation, accompanying that was everyone subconsciously fearful of him. How could these puny God Emperors deal with someone who could kill paragons? Hence, when Yi Qinghan used the Heaven Devil voice to shout out and his body emitted flames, everyone chose to believe him. There was no doubt. He wanted to self-detonate. Was someone who could kill a venerable going to self-destruct? How could they dare to get close? Therefore, these dozens of people's subconscious reaction was to immediately stop and retreat. Yi Qinghan really lives up to his reputation. In the distance, Her Highness Cherry Blossom's beautiful eyes lit up under her black helmet. This was because she saw the flames on Yi Qinghan's body suddenly extinguish. She didn't do anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan from afar. Her eyes were full of smiles, as if she wanted to see what tricks Yi Qinghan would play, or perhaps how to solve this deadlock. The dozens of God Emperors were enraged when they saw the flames on Yi Qinghan's body vanish. They had been fooled by Yi Qinghan when they turned around and saw that Her Highness Cherry Blossom didn't say anything. The dozens of people charged at Yi Qinghan aggressively. If you don't want to die, then stop right there. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a cold smile. He yelled, "You don't believe that I can make all of you die with me?" This group of people hesitated again. They turned back to look at Her Highness Cherry Blossom, but she didn't say anything. This group of people surrounded Yi Qinghan, but did not attack. One of the God Emperors sneered, "Self-detonation? Weren't you about to explode just now? Why are you afraid of death?" Humph! When have I, Yi Qinghan, ever been afraid of death? Yi Qinghan sneered, and a hint of arrogance appeared in his eyes. He slowly scanned the crowd before locking his gaze on Her Highness Cherry Blossom in the distance. Everyone looked at her from time to time. Yi Qinghan knew that she was the leader of this team. He smiled faintly and said, I suddenly changed my mind because I feel that it would be a loss to die with nobodies like you. So, if you insist on making a move, I'll kill you. Therefore, if you insist on attacking, I definitely don't mind dragging all of you down with me. Yi Qinghan's cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's every word was said using the heavenly demonic voice. Subconsciously, everyone started to believe his words. Indeed, Yi Qinghan dared to declare war on the Star Sea alone. How could he be someone who was afraid of death? Could it be that he really had a way to drag everyone down with him? It didn't matter if they died, but if Her Highness Cherry Blossom died, as well, their respective families would definitely be wiped out. Although everyone was feeling uncertain, they naturally did not show it on their faces. Immediately, one of the God Emperors sneered. Humph! Everyone knows how to brag. What capabilities do you have to drag us down with you? Self-detonation again. Haha, I, Yi Qinghan, have dominated the ethereal mainland and the Star Sea for so many years. Who do you think you are? How dare you belittle me? Do you have the right to do so? Yi Qinghan raised his head and laughed maniacally. He did not give the God Emperor any face. He was extremely arrogant. Just as the God Emperor was about to attack, Yi Qinghan suddenly released a trace of divine power from his hand. He bellowed angrily, Open your eyes and watch carefully. The divine power that emerged from his hand revolved around his palm. The movement was very strange. After circulating it a few times, he suddenly waved his hand in the air. The divine power turned into a sharp sword and shot towards the sky. Rumble! All of a sudden, there was a sudden change. Sparks flashed in the air of the hall. Then, the restrictions on the walls of the hall shone brightly. The entire hall shook, and a terrifying energy gathered in the hall. The air was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. It was as though the entire hall would be destroyed in the next second. Everyone was shocked. Even the martialists who were besieging the 4 celestial thearchs stopped moving. Although the expressions of the southern mountain continent's martialists couldn't be seen, one could tell from their shocked expressions that they didn't look too good. Young Master Yi, you win. Xiongdao, come back. A melodious voice rang out. Her Highness Cherry Blossom had spoken for the first time. Everyone's emotions had calmed down. However, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan in a different light. The restrictions on the Soul Emperor Pavilion were extremely mysterious, dangerous, and terrifying. If anyone dared to fly high in the sky, even if they were a God Emperor, they would be turned to dust instantly. In ancient times, many people liked to study restrictions, and their research was very effective. Powerful restrictions could even kill people at the venerable level. However, basically no one was proficient in them. Even the so-called array masters only had a superficial understanding of them. Yi Qinghan actually knew about restrictions. Furthermore, he could casually trigger the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If he could really trigger all the restrictions here, no one in the entire hall would survive. Your Highness. The dozens of God Emperors surrounding Yi Qinghan looked at Her Highness Cherry Blossom anxiously. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's tone clearly indicated that she was going to let Yi Qinghan go. If they were to give up such a good opportunity, how would they be able to capture Yi Qinghan in the future? However, when they saw Her Highness Cherry Blossom's calm eyes, coupled with the fact that they were afraid that Yi Qinghan could really trigger the restrictions here, they retreated in embarrassment. Her Highness Cherry Blossom waved her hand, and her subordinates immediately parted to make a wide path. She even took off her helmet to reveal a beautiful face. She revealed an amiable smile and said, Young Master Yi, my surname is Lan, and my name is Cherry Blossom. I would like to apologize on behalf of poor Dagger and the rest for offending you. Young Master Yi is indeed a hero. You are even proficient in ancient restrictions. Cherry Blossom admires you. Please. What did Yi Qinghan know about restrictions? His knowledge of restrictions was just a beginner's level. The restriction that he had casually released was actually not a restriction, but a small array formation. This small array formation did not have much use. It was only used to detect restrictions. However, it had successfully frightened this group of people. This was a method that Yi Qinghan had deduced for a long time in the volcano world. Now, he had succeeded. Of course, this was because he had encountered the people from the southern mountain continent. If he had encountered Li Tian's men, Li Tian would definitely have taken a gamble. If that happened, he would be dead. Miss Cherry Blossom, nice to meet you. Miss, you are extremely beautiful and have an extraordinary bearing. Yi Qinghan admires you very much. If there's a chance in the future, let's be friends. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. Of course, he did not have the time to admire Her Highness Cherry Blossom's beauty. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he flew forward calmly. When he passed by the experts from the southern mountain continent, his expression did not change. He flew very slowly and was extremely calm. He had the disposition of an expert. After flying past the experts from the southern mountain continent, he even turned to nod at Miss Cherry Blossom. However, when he turned his head, his expression changed instantly. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He randomly chose a path in front of him and flew away with lightning speed. Chapter 9:13. That was close. Yi Qinghan flew forward like a bolt of lightning. He didn't even look back. Even his divine sense only probed a few dozen meters behind him. Only after flying for tens of thousands of meters did Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. This was truly the most dangerous situation he had encountered in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, if not for the experts of the South Ridge continent holding him back, and if Her Highness Cherry Blossom had not spoken, he would have been doomed. Strength, strength. Yi Qinghan was infuriated. Without powerful strength, the feeling of having one's life out of his control did not feel good. Yi Qinghan secretly decided that if he were to go out this time, he would definitely cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years or something. Although the feeling of dancing under the sword was very exciting, it was easy to get into trouble if he danced too much. Xiong Dagger looked at Yi Qinghan's back before looking at Her Highness Cherry Blossom. His eyes were filled with pity. His mouth squirmed, but he only managed to say 2 words. Your Highness. Cherry Blossom smiled and wore her helmet again, concealing her perfect face. She said nonchalantly, "It's fine," regardless of whether Yi Qinghan can trigger the restriction. In fact, I don't plan on being his enemy today. It's best to be friends with this person. He's a very miraculous person. Who do you think will have a good outcome for those who oppose him? Xiong Dagger and company were immediately rendered speechless. Indeed, ever since Yi Qinghan made his debut, he had first made a name for himself in Dripping Springs City. In the end, all the young masters of the ethereal continent had been suppressed by him. Even Supremacy Wicked Moon's disciple, Devil's Lair, had been robbed of the title of the continent's #1 young master. Then, in Flame Dragon City, more than 10 prefecture lords and 1 supremacy had died. Then, in Stellar Sea Peach Blossom Supremacy's territory, he had snatched his daughter. He had even single-handedly declared war on the entire Stellar Sea. As a mere godly monarch, he had led a few subordinates to face 10 billion experts and dozens of supremacies. Not only were they fine, they had even killed 10,000 people and destroyed a supremacy. The entire Stellar Sea had been disgraced. He thought of Yi Qinghan's ruthlessness and his mysterious methods, as well as his calm footwork. Xiong Dao was slightly relieved. His Highness was still the wisest. This person should be hunted down by the people of the Star Sea and the other continents. They could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while the fisherman reaps the benefits. Your Highness, which road shall we take? Why don't I see any guardian beasts in the 5th stage? Dagger Cheong looked at the dozen or so identical tunnels in front of him and asked with some doubt. They had been here for quite some time now, but they had not seen a single demonic beast or puppet attack them. There is no danger in this stage, but it is the most detestable stage. Her Highness Cherry Blossom bitterly smiled. 10,000 years ago, when the Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, she had brought people here once. In the end, it was also because of this trial that they were unable to advance any further. Last time, he was very lucky and made it to the end of the 7th stage, but in the end, he couldn't enter the 8th stage. Poor Dagger and company looked at her Highness Cherry Blossom in astonishment as they asked curiously, "Oh, what does your Highness say?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom helplessly sighed and said, "There are no monsters in this stage, but there are 12 tunnels. These 12 tunnels will further divide into 12 and then divide again. At the end, there will be over 10,000 tunnels. Only 999 of these 10,000 passageways led to the next level. The rest of the tunnels lead to the first level. If you enter the wrong one, you can only continue from the first level, and the difficulty will double again. If you enter the wrong one a second time, the difficulty will double again. Last time, I entered the wrong one twice. Finally, I didn't dare to advance to the 4th level. There were too many monsters, and I couldn't kill them all. Moreover, these tunnels will change after a period of time." Damn! Everyone was speechless once more. The things that the Soul Emperor designed were too abnormal. Moreover, they had never heard of such a restrictive method. If they didn't even have a 10% chance, how could they be so lucky? The difficulty was already doubled this time. If they entered the wrong tunnel, wouldn't the difficulty increase by 4 times? There were over 1,000 people in front of them. How many would be left after they reached this stage? "Your Highness, what should we do?" After a moment of silence, a god emperor asked, "There's no other way. Our people will be divided into 12 teams. If there are too many people, it will be very dangerous. We will advance in batches and gamble on our luck. All of you listen up. If you are transported to the 1st level, wait at the entrance. The 1st level's terrain will never change. If someone is lucky enough to reach the 6th level, you must use the fastest speed to reach the 7th level. The difficulty of entering the 8th level will be halved. I hope it won't be as abnormal as the last time." Her Highness Cherry Blossom swiftly divided the teams. The 12 teams had average numbers and strength. After bowing to Her Highness Cherry Blossom, they began to rush forward in batches. Swish! An hour after Her Highness Cherry Blossom's troops left, countless people suddenly flashed in from the entrance. The one leading them was the handsome and mighty His Highness Li Tian in his war god robe. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Soul Emperor, can't you change the 5th stage? Li Tian looked at the familiar scene, and the last trace of hope in his heart was shattered. There wasn't any danger in the 5th stage, but it was the most abnormal. All the martial artists who had passed the Soul Emperor Pavilion hated this stage to the core. Although he was angry, Li Tian had no choice. He quickly made the correct decision and divided the teams to advance. However, he wasn't like Her Highness Cherry Blossom, who had average strength in each team. His team comprised 1/3 of the entire army. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't like to die unjustly. Damn, how many tunnels are there? Why haven't I reached the end after flying for more than 4 hours? Yi Qinghan stared helplessly at the endless passage in front of him. However, After flying for another half an hour, another 12 passages appeared in front of him. He had the urge to curse out loud. After pausing for a moment, he randomly chose a tunnel and continued flying forward. What's the use of these tunnels? A maze doesn't look like a maze. Besides, I can't be so lucky, right? I actually didn't encounter a single guardian beast after flying for so long. Could it be that this stage doesn't have any guardian beasts? What's the use of so many tunnels? Yi Qinghan was confused by the Soul Emperor. However, what could he do now? He could only grit his teeth and continue flying forward. After flying for 2 hours, he encountered another fork in the road after half a day. Yi Qinghan finally confirmed that he wasn't fooled by the Soul Emperor. He flew to the end, and there was a dark cave entrance. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief. How could this stage be so easy? After pondering for a moment, he drew his dragon source battle saber and flew towards the cave entrance. A white light flashed, and the teleportation array at the cave entrance began to teleport. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes as the white light from the teleportation array blinded him. However, he didn't notice that the soul ring on his hand suddenly lit up. At the same time, in a certain corner of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, in a completely sealed and beautiful palace, a half-naked, beautiful woman on a jade bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and as her body trembled, a small red string on her naked waist started to twist silently. Chapter 9:14. The 6th floor was an extremely large empty space. Below, it was a flat grassland. It was very quiet, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The sky was very dark, as though a storm was coming. The more it was like this, the more nervous Yi Qinghan became. The calmness on the surface represented infinite killing intent. It was just like the 4th floor. It looked very safe, but it was full of danger. This floor was even stranger. Nothing could be seen. Spreading his divine senses in all directions, the dragon source saber surged with godly power. Yi Qinghan flew forward carefully. Hoo. Sure enough, when Yi Qinghan moved, there was a sudden change. Wind started to blow in the calm sky, and the restriction in the sky also flashed. He quickly stopped and paid close attention to his surroundings. Hoo. The wind in the sky grew stronger, and the restriction in the sky shone brighter and brighter. After a series of electric sparks, countless black shadows descended from the sky. It was as though there was a bomber in the sky, dropping countless bombs. The empty space below was instantly filled with these black shadows. Mother ****. Yi Qinghan was stunned when he saw those black figures. It took him a long while before he managed to squeeze out a few words. A look of wild joy appeared on his face as he put away the dragon source battle blade. With a flip of his hand, a black battle blade appeared in his hand. The black shadows in front of him all moved. Black smoke billowed from their bodies, and they held a black chain in their hands. Their bodies were covered with small black scales, and they had a black horn on their heads. Their eyes were blood red without pupils, and they looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Demon kings. That's right. Such monsters were common in the immortal realm. They could be found everywhere, in the countless second and first-class baleful streams. Back then, Yi Qinghan was almost demonized by a demon king. Fortunately, the love of the dancing butterfly on Xiao Hei's body saved him from danger. Yi Qinghan had encountered such things in the Star Sea, but he had no time to deal with the demon king, so he had fled. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense mass of demon kings everywhere. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and at this moment, Yi Qinghan discovered something strange. The seals in the sky were starting to extend downwards. This meant that it was impossible to fly in this place. If he wanted to clear this stage, he had to kill his way through. With Yi Qinghan's current strength, he could easily kill off the Demon Kings. However, there were simply too many Demon Kings. Once he charged forward and charged into the Demon King's encirclement, it would be very easy for him to be accidentally injured. The Fiend Realm's monsters had a very powerful attack weapon, the Fiend Aura. Once you are entangled by the demonic aura, you will be demonized in a very short time and become a demon. With so many evil demons, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be touched by the evil demon's aura as they advanced? One had to know that the Demon King could control the demonic aura to attack. As long as you were touched by the demonic aura, you would be finished. Therefore, although this stage seemed simple, it was not simple at all. If they were not careful, they might be completely annihilated. But for Yi Qinghan, it was very simple. To deal with the evil demon's aura, Yi Qinghan had a heaven-defying treasure, the Slaughter God Blade. The Slaughter God Blade had a very powerful ability, and that was to absorb the evil demon's aura. Yi Qinghan had never met an Azura or Azura King before, so he wasn't sure. However, the Slaughter God Blade could automatically absorb the evil demon's aura. As long as Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God Blade in his hand, he would be very safe. Of course, Yi Qinghan would also fall into madness. However, the current Yi Qinghan's soul was very strong. This bit of evil demon's aura was nothing to him. Although he was a little bloodthirsty, he wouldn't completely sink into it. Therefore, if this stage was filled with Demon Kings, it wouldn't be difficult for Yi Qinghan at all. Could this be arranged by the Soul Emperor? He gave me a back door, but how did the Soul Emperor know that the Slaughter God Blade has this ability? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. This stage seemed to be specially arranged for him. However, he didn't have time to think so much. The moment Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God Blade, his eyes turned bloodshot. His body emitted a wave of evil demon's aura, and it shot towards the sky. Kill! Without waiting for the Demon Kings to rush over, Yi Qinghan stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body turned into a sharp sword as he shot forward. The Slaughter God Blade emitted a white light. Under the black fog surrounding the Demon Kings, it was extremely bright and dazzling. Hiss! Countless Demon Kings roared, and the evil demons' aura on their bodies changed. The nearest Demon King shot out waves of evil demons' aura towards Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Supreme, Slaughter, God Blade. Countless Demon Kings stared at the Slaughter God Blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. The red light in their eyes became even more intense. Although they were slightly afraid, they still rushed towards Yi Qinghan with extreme fervor. Yi Qinghan didn't care about them. The Slaughter God Blade in his hand glowed with a white light and enveloped Yi Qinghan completely, forming a white barrier. More than 10 evil demons, aura swords, shot towards the white barrier and disappeared. Instead, the white barrier became even brighter. Awu! Awu! When Yi Qinghan saw the situation, his heart calmed down. He roared a few times and rushed forward like a ferocious tiger. He leaped high into the air and slashed at one of the Demon Kings in front of him. Buzz! As expected, Yi Qinghan's current strength was no longer the same as before. The blade landed on the Demon King's head and brushed past its horn. The Slaughter God Blade shone brightly, and the entire Demon King instantly turned into dust. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan swung his blade at another Demon King beside him. This time, it landed on the Demon King's body. Similarly, the Slaughter God Blade shone brightly, and the Demon King was instantly turned into dust. Yi Qinghan was like a raptor's crossing the river. Under the roars of countless Demon Kings, he rushed forward. The Slaughter God Blade flew left and right, and in just a few moments, it had already advanced a few thousand meters. Hundreds of demon kings were turned into dust. Increase the speed. The evil aura is starting to surge. Although the pressure is not big now, the more evil aura the slaughter god blade absorbs, the stronger the evil aura. At that time, it might be a little troublesome. Yi Qinghan's god force surged and no longer held back. He rushed forward at full speed, and the slaughter god blade turned into a series of afterimages as it swept forward with unstoppable force. Waha! I've finally finished refining all these fruits. I'm dying of boredom. Inside the warby space in Yi Qinghan's body, Xiaohei opened its pair of shiny black eyes and excitedly jumped around a few times. In order to marry Li Shui, he had made up his mind to not come out of seclusion until he refined all these fruits. Over 400 fruits had been refined, and it took him more than 10 years to do so. With Xiaohei's personality, it was already very rare for him to go into seclusion for a few years. Unless he went into a deep sleep, he would never take such a long time to cultivate. It's a pity my soul realm is only at the 3rd level of the God King realm. I wonder if Little Ant has these fruits. I reckon that if I cultivate to the God-Arch realm, I will need twice as many fruits. What is Boss doing? Xiaohei jumped around in the battle beast space a few times and realized that Yi Qinghan had cut off his soul connection with him. He had no choice but to use his divine sense to look outside. He realized that Yi Qinghan was waving the slaughter god blade and fighting with countless demon kings nearby. Chapter 9:15. Xiaohei knew that he wouldn't be able to help in the battle against the fiend kings. Hence, he didn't send a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Instead, he used his spiritual senses to check out the situation outside. Where is this? Why are there so many fiend kings? Why did Boss come to this damned place? There seems to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place. What's going on? Ever since Xiaohei had left the Stellar Sea, he had gone into seclusion because of Li Shui. Later on, Yi Qinghan had cut off their soul connection. Xiaohei thought that Li Shui had been following Yi Qinghan and hadn't dared to use her spiritual senses. Hence, she had made up her mind and gone into seclusion. Hence, he didn't know what had happened to Yi Qinghan afterward. Yi Qinghan had been killing fiend kings for several hours now. His soul was being attacked by the baleful aura, so he didn't realize that Xiaohei had woken up and was secretly using his spiritual senses to check out the situation. Right now, all he could think about was killing the fiend kings in front of him and finding the entrance to the next floor. The aura of this place is really special. There seems to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where is this? Xiaohei's spiritual senses started scanning the air. Although there were demonic auras everywhere, there was a special aura in the air that made Xiaohei feel very comfortable and intimate. Another 6 hours passed. Yi Qinghan had killed tens of thousands of fiend kings. Xiaohei suddenly scanned with his spiritual senses and shouted. However, he immediately realized that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to hear him. He quickly sent a voice transmission. Boss, aren't you looking for an exit? The exit is on the right. Why are you killing to the left? Yi Qinghan's soul was already in chaos. The baleful aura in his mind was increasing, causing his consciousness to blur. He only knew how to rush forward. How could he still use his spiritual senses to check for an exit? Xiaohei's loud voice shook Yi Qinghan's soul. This voice was too familiar. Then he suddenly came to his senses and shouted in surprise, "Xiaohei, you're out of seclusion?" Wah, boss, I've finished refining these fruits. Let's not talk about this now. Hurry up and go to the exit, right front. Xiaohei shouted excitedly. He had not come out for more than 10 years. Now that he found that Yi Qinghan was playing such an interesting game, he was very excited. All right. Yi Qinghan's spirit was shaken, and the killing intent in his mind was immediately suppressed. He rushed forward at full speed. Indeed, not long after, he discovered a cave entrance in front of him on his right. Immediately, the slaughter god blade in his hand turned into a series of afterimages and smashed all the demon kings around him into dust. Then, he dashed towards the cave entrance. There's a treasure? When he neared the cave entrance, Yi Qinghan discovered that there was a jade box at the entrance. He bent down, grabbed the jade box, and rushed into the cave entrance. A white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan appeared in a square-shaped room. There were no monsters in this room, but there were 4 black doors. This place gave Yi Qinghan a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. Xiaohei, come out. Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. After making sure that there was no danger, he summoned Xiaohei. A phantom image condensed, and Xiaohei pounced into Yi Qinghan's arms with a face full of smiles. His small head and horn rubbed against Yi Qinghan's body continuously as he called out affectionately, "Boss, I missed you so much." A bright smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and the redness in his eyes slowly faded after Xiaohei came out of seclusion. The killing intent in his mind was completely suppressed. He rubbed Xiaohei's head affectionately and laughed. "Haha, Xiaohei, I also missed you so much. How is it? What realm has the strength of your soul reached?" "Hee, 3rd level of the God King realm. Boss, I am about to become a Goddarch." Xiaohei raised his head proudly, as if he was waiting for Yi Qinghan to praise him. "Haha, not bad, not bad. Your boss, I am only at the 2nd level of the God King realm." Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and was very satisfied. Then he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He asked, "Since your soul has reached such a realm, perhaps you can even kill ordinary 5th-grade war gods in an instant." Xiaohei laughed mischievously and laughed even more proudly. "Hee, I can definitely kill them in an instant. Unless it is a 5th-grade war god with a soul divine weapon, they are nothing in front of the heavenly soul devourer." Good. Unfortunately, it is not a group attack skill. If it was, I would be waiting for them here. I can kill as many as they come. Yi Qinghan said regretfully. Soul Chaos was a group attack skill, but its power was not as great as the heavenly soul devourer. God Thearchs with its power would not be affected. "What's wrong?" "Boss, someone is after you." Xiaohei was angry when he heard this. The hair on his head stood up like a lion cub, and his whole body emitted a ferocious aura. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiaohei did not know that he had caused such a big commotion in the Sea of Stars. He quickly explained with a bitter smile. The 2 of them chatted for half an hour before they were able to understand everything that had happened. At this time, the murderous aura in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely suppressed. However, when he used his inner vision, his expression changed drastically. In his sea of soul, on one side of the white bridge, a black line abruptly appeared. This black line was very short. If Yi Qinghan did not look carefully, he would not have noticed it. However, Yi Qinghan was very familiar with this black line. This black line was exactly the same as the one that caused his soul to mutate. Now, a small section of it actually appeared. This was not a good sign. If the black line continued to spread, would his soul mutate again? Would it become 3? If the other side also had a black line, would it become 4? Devil King. Yi Qinghan suddenly woke up. It must be the Devil King. Because of the Devil King's demonic aura, Yi Qinghan's mind would produce a murderous aura. Because of the murderous aura, the black line appeared in his soul. In the sealed God Valley, it was also because of the murderous aura that caused his soul to mutate. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the fire-colored wall in front of him. He looked at the arched door and muttered to himself for a long time. After using his inner vision countless times, he realized that the black line did not show any signs of spreading. He heaved a sigh of relief. He silently warned himself not to use the slaughter god blade so easily in the future. Otherwise, if his soul mutated again, it would not be fun anymore. Looking at the arched door in a daze, Yi Qinghan felt that this place was getting more and more familiar. This place looked very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. Let's go. Xiao He, let's continue to clear the levels. Yi Qinghan called out to Xiao He. Xiao He flew up to Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Yi Qinghan had already kept the slaughter god blade. He took out the dragon source battle saber and looked at the 4 rooms. Finally, he subconsciously walked towards the door on the left. A white light flashed. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that this room was exactly the same as the previous one. There was still not a single monster. The first few levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were so dangerous, and the danger increased with each level. Why was it that he was so safe in the 7th level? Could it be that he was really his lucky star? Yi Qinghan did not think so. As for this room that was exactly the same, the sense of familiarity in Yi Qinghan's mind intensified. However, he still could not remember. This time, he did not walk towards the right. Instead, he walked towards the door above. It was another room that was exactly the same as the previous one. However, there was a skeleton in this room. The body had already rotted away, and it was obvious that it had been here for tens of thousands of years. Yi Qinghan knew that this was a maze. If he did not know the correct direction, he would be trapped in this maze forever until his lifespan was exhausted or he died of madness. Yi Qinghan no longer had any misgivings. He followed the feeling in his heart and continued to walk towards the door above. Then, he walked towards the door above once more. In the end, Yi Qinghan did not continue upwards. Instead, he looked towards the door on the right. He already had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure yet. If this time, walking through the door on the right would lead them out of this maze, then Yi Qinghan's guess would be even more certain. Without any hesitation, he decisively walked towards the door on the right. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of Yi Qinghan changed. This time, it was no longer a square room. Instead, it was a small hall. He had made it out of the maze and passed the 7th stage. This small hall was rectangular in shape, and there were no monsters inside. However, there was not a hole in front of him, but a door. Obviously, this was the door to the 8th stage. Yi Qinghan's guess was correct. He had subconsciously walked out of the terrifying maze with ease. This made Yi Qinghan's guess even more certain. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan did not think about the maze. His eyes were fixed on the door in front of him. There were some blurry words on the door. As Yi Qinghan looked at the words, the feeling in his heart grew stronger. He kept swallowing his saliva and his face turned red. His eyes revealed a sense of hope and urgency. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was extremely excited. "Boss, what's wrong?" Xiao He sensed Yi Qinghan's strange emotions and asked with concern. Yi Qinghan did not answer him. At this moment, his body trembled even more violently. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the door in front of him in a daze. 2 streams of hot tears flowed silently from his eyes. His lips began to tremble slightly, and his entire body seemed to be cramping. Xiao He looked nervously at Yi Qinghan, then looked at the line of words in front of him. He was somewhat puzzled. These words were common in the realm of the gods. Xiao He could understand them. They were very simple words. Although it was a little hard to pronounce, he did not understand why Yi Qinghan was so excited. Xiao He scratched his head and said softly, "Boss, what's wrong?" Does this sentence have any special meaning? Confucius said, "It is a joy to have friends come from afar." There's nothing special about it. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly and allowed the tears to flow down his face. He continued to stare at the line of words in a daze and kept muttering, "Confucius said, Confucius said, Confucius said." Chapter 9:16. Confucius said, what did the Confucius say? What is the pronunciation of this word? Isn't it the Japanese? Xiao He gently jumped down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He looked at the row of characters on the door with a puzzled expression, and then looked at Yi Qinghan, who had lost his composure. He decided to quietly watch from the side and wait for Yi Qinghan to calm down before speaking. Yi Qinghan did not wipe the tears from his face. He lifted his legs and slowly walked forward, his eyes not moving in the slightest. He walked for a full hour before he reached the stone door. Then he reached out his hand and stroked the row of characters, gently rubbing them as if he were caressing his lover. Confucius said, Confucius said, Confucius said. At this time, Yi Qinghan's thoughts drifted far away to that distant country. In that country, he had lived for more than 20 years. He thought that he had already forgotten. He thought that he had already become a person of this world and had no more entanglements with that country. It was only at this moment that he discovered that he was wrong. He still could never forget that country's history was not long, only about 5,000 years old. That country was a country filled with wisdom, and many wise people emerged from it. For instance, the Confucius said, Confucius said, "It is a joy to have friends come from afar." These words were simple, and the meaning was clear. Perhaps there were many people in this world who could guess the meaning of these words. But in this world, only Yi Qinghan understood the meaning of these words. Although these words were simple for them to appear here, it was not simple at all. Countless images appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally connected these images together. He was finally sure of one thing, an incomparably absurd matter. The Soul Emperor, he came from Earth. The Soul Emperor was a descendant of Yen and Huang. To be more accurate, the Soul Emperor was the same as him, a modern person from China, at Fallen God Mountain. Yi Qinghan had already suspected that the Stone of Destiny was carved from the same mold as Minesweeper. The question of destiny, especially the first question, was a typical question that stealthily swapped concepts. In this world where martial arts were supreme, would there be people who would study such a thing? Moreover, the various tests of the God-slaying mountain included tests of character, potential, perception, and luck. How could an ordinary person have such a comprehensive test design? Then Lord Devour told him the story of the Soul Emperor. He told him that the Soul Emperor was a strange man with many wonderful ideas. Furthermore, before he died, he did not leave his treasures to Xiao He. Instead, he generously left them to the fated person. This was obviously the same as many rich people in his previous life. His tone was also very much like that of a modern person. Also, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had all sorts of restrictions and checkpoints. From the start, Yi Qinghan felt that it was like a dungeon system in an online game, especially the 7th stage. Yi Qinghan completely remembered it now. This was designed according to the famous game Legend of Mir's Zuma Tower. Even the way they walked was exactly the same. Left, up, 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 right. At first, Yi Qinghan was just following his intuition. Later on, he finally remembered why the stage looked so familiar. Therefore, he did not think further and followed the way in the game from his previous life. As a result, he walked straight out. Now that he saw this sentence, this Confucius said, he had no more doubts. The Soul Emperor was an earthling. He had crossed over. His soul had crossed over like him. But his luck was better. He had crossed over on a person, while the Soul Emperor had crossed over on a divine beast, a soul-devouring beast. Thinking about it, Enchanting had told him that Lord Devour had vaguely mentioned that her and the Soul Emperor's hometown was the Flame Dragon continent. Enchanting was even more speechless. He should have thought of it long ago. Flame represented Yen Huang. The Chinese had always considered themselves the descendants of dragons. Flame Dragon continent. Motherf asterisk Ker. After a long time, Enchanting let out a long sigh. He felt that everything was like a dream. This was too ridiculous, so ridiculous that he could not believe it. But he quickly figured it out. If he could cross over, why couldn't the Soul Emperor cross over? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It was really Motherf asterisk Ker meeting an old friend, and this foreign land was too foreign. But this old friend, he did not have the fate to meet him. Lord Devour had already told him with certainty that the Soul Emperor was dead. At this moment, Enchanting had many inexplicable feelings in his heart. Inexplicable confusion, inexplicable joy, inexplicable sadness, inexplicable tears, melodramatic, really melodramatic. How could this young master meet such a melodramatic thing? Oh my God, can you stop fooling around? This is not fun. This is really not fun. Enchanting weakly squatted down, and then sat down with his back against the wall. His heart was heavy, and he was very excited. He needed to calm down, and calm down. Xiao He did not know what had happened, but he knew that Enchanting's heart was in a mess. So it just quietly walked over, nestled beside Enchanting's feet, quietly watched him, and accompanied him. Enchanting sat outside the gate for a long time. Maybe 3 days, maybe 5 days. He didn't move, just leaning against the gate, tiredly. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. Xiao He also sat with him. Although Xiao He didn't say a word, the worry in his eyes didn't diminish. When Enchanting finally lifted his head, his face was calm, and his eyes regained their vigor. He grinned. Phew! Enchanting let out a long breath. After several days, he finally figured it out. Whether the Soul Emperor was an earthling or not, it wasn't important because the Soul Emperor was dead. He was still alive, and he had left a deep mark in this world. He wasn't as carefree as the Soul Emperor, who could die without leaving anything for his son. But he couldn't ignore his family, his son, and many people waiting for him to protect. Xiao He, you truly have a great father. Enchanting smiled. He picked up Xiao He. At this moment, he felt that his relationship with Xiao He had taken another step forward. He was the Soul Emperor's son, and also his brother. This seniority was a bit messed up. In truth, he had already regarded the Soul Emperor as his brother. 2 brothers that had wandered into this world. 2 lonely people. Xiao He's complexion tightened. He quickly asked, "Boss, do you know who my father is?" "I know, but I can't tell you. But I think it won't be long before you find out." Enchanting faintly smiled. Then he picked up Xiao He and turned around. This gate was similar to the riddle of destiny. Enchanting immediately guessed how to open this gate. His hands glowed with supernatural strength. Then he slowly wrote a line of words on the gate. Confucius said, "Isn't it also happy to have like-minded friends come from afar?" Enchanting guessed that this gate should be able to fully explain the meaning of these words before it could be opened. If this was the case, then it was easy to understand why no one had been able to enter the 8th floor for so many years. Likely, many people could understand the meaning of these words. But Confucius said that this Confucius referred to Confucius. Zhi as expected. The gate shined with a rainbow-colored light. Then it slowly opened, revealing a dark and gloomy entrance. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and stepped in. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed once more. Yi Qinghan had arrived at a familiar place, a place he had thought about for a long time. Inside was a woman that he had missed for a long time, a peerless beauty. Hee little man, long time no see. On the white jade bed in front of him, a half-naked woman was faintly discernible. Her beautiful body exuded an alluring light. As for that incomparably striking little red string, it was constantly swaying, as if welcoming Yi Qinghan's arrival. Chapter 9:17. The 8th level was actually the illusory palace. Yi Qinghan returned to this place that he had longed for a long time. As he saw this enchanting woman that caused his heart to race and his blood to boil, he couldn't describe what he was feeling. Through the gauze, Yi Qinghan looked at the delicate body that all men in the world yearned to possess. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally said, "Enchantress, long time no see." Soul Emperor Pavilion Guardian Enchantress greets the Soul Emperor Pavilion Quasi-Master. Enchantress happily rose up, but didn't stand up. Instead, she knelt down on the jade bed and bowed towards Yi Qinghan. The veil on her body was very strange. Although her body was moving, the veil wrapped around her body was also moving. However, it firmly covered the 3 hidden spots on her body. However, even if the important parts were covered, Yi Qinghan's body still trembled when he saw it, especially when the demoness kowtowed, that smooth and round back, as well as the faintly discernible plump buttocks, caused the evil fire in his lower abdomen to soar. Gulp, gulp! A clear swallowing sound echoed out, causing Yi Qinghan to reveal an awkward expression. He hid a smile and shifted his eyes away, asking, "Guardian? Quasi-Master?" The Guardian was easy to explain. In truth, Yi Qinghan had always suspected this because the Soul Emperor liked to play around with these sorts of things. For instance, Old Lu was the guardian of Carefree Pavilion. Moreover, he had felt that everything had been smooth the entire time. So smooth that it was a bit too smooth. It seemed that this was all arranged by this woman in front of him. Quasi-Master, Yi Qinghan didn't find this strange. If he could come here and see Enchantress, that meant he had already obtained some sort of recognition from the Soul Emperor. But it seemed that complete recognition wasn't easy at all. Although Enchantress had a faint smile on her face, she was still discussing serious matters and didn't deliberately tempt Yi Qinghan. But she couldn't be serious at all. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, she was filled with temptation. She leisurely said, after entering the illusory palace, "You will become the Quasi-Master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Don't look at me like that. In truth, I didn't open the door for you. I didn't dare to overstep the Soul Emperor's rules. Of course, I switched places in the labyrinth of the 7th level. Even though you might die if you don't walk well in this maze, you won't be able to pass any of the preparatory checkpoints for the 7th checkpoint, except for this one." Oh. Yi Qinghan bowed gratefully at the Enchantress. He knew very well that with his current strength, he could not use the power of origin. Even if he and Xiaohe worked together, they would at most have the strength of someone who had just entered the God Emperor realm. They were not even at the peak of grade 4. The 4th stage was already very taxing. If it wasn't for the Slaughter God Saber, he definitely wouldn't be able to pass the 6th stage. If the 7th stage also had a guardian beast, then he would really die in the 7th stage. I'm curious, how did you open that door? The demoness lay down on her side again, supporting her head with one hand. She looked extremely lazy and charming, and her eyes revealed a curious light. It was pure luck, a blind guess. Ha! Yi Qinghan didn't want to lie to the demoness, so he casually laughed it off. He guessed that the Soul Emperor wouldn't tell the demoness about his soul transmigration. Of course, he wouldn't tell her either. He quickly changed the topic. How did the Soul Emperor die? Actually, this wasn't Yi Qinghan changing the topic. He really wanted to know how the Soul Emperor died. This was because Lord Devour had said that he had to cultivate hard to take revenge for the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was Xiaohei's father. If Yi Qinghan had the ability, he would definitely help him take revenge. There was no doubt about this. Now that the relationship between the Soul Emperor and Yi Qinghan was even more complicated, Yi Qinghan naturally wanted to understand the Soul Emperor's specific situation. The Soul Emperor, as Yao Ji spoke of this, her face darkened slightly, and there was a faint sadness on her face. She paused for a moment before glancing at Xiaohei, who was in Yi Qinghan's arms. However, she did not say anything and gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look. Xiaohei, return to the beast battle space first. I have something to discuss with the Demoness. Yi Qinghan understood. He gently patted Xiaohei's head and said firmly, "Oh." Although Xiaohei had some objections, he didn't disobey Yi Qinghan. He turned into a shadow and entered Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan cut off his soul connection with Xiaohei and nodded at the Demoness. The Soul Emperor died in the Nifa's abyss. The Demoness' first sentence shocked Yi Qinghan. Nifa's abyss? Wasn't that in the Supreme Island? Could it be related to the Star Monarch? Although Yi Qinghan had his suspicions, he didn't ask and continued listening. The Demoness' eyes were faintly sad, as if she didn't want to talk about this sad past. She said slowly, "He didn't have to die, but that stupid woman, Jia Wu, acted on her own." In order to save her, the Soul Emperor activated the soul-devouring transformation. He saved Jia Wu's life, but after using the soul-devouring transformation, the soul-devouring beast would die within 3 years. After the two of them escaped from the Nifa's abyss, the Soul Emperor knew that he didn't have long to live, so he placed the Soul Emperor Pavilion on the Soul Emperor Island. He also designed 12 checkpoints in 12 dimensions and placed 12 divine swords. Of course, the Flame Dragon dimension is the Soul Emperor's hometown, so he left the Soul Ring and Slaughter God Blade there. It was the will of the heavens. Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. Both his and the Soul Emperor's souls had transmigrated, and they were in the same dimension. The treasure that his father, Yi Dao, had exchanged his life for at the Fallen God Mountain was the Soul Ring. Without the Soul Ring, he was still trash, and he couldn't summon Xiaohei. He wouldn't have the chance to come to the God Realm, and he wouldn't have the chance to come to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He wouldn't have the chance to know this shocking secret. Soul-devouring transformation? Doesn't the soul-devouring beast only have the soul-devouring world innate ability? Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the Demoness words and asked in surprise. After using the soul-devouring transformation, he would die in 3 years. He couldn't help but pay attention to this matter. The Demoness sighed and said, "The soul-devouring beast is a very abnormal super-divine beast, and it has 2 innate abilities. Of course, the soul-devouring transformation is even more abnormal. Perhaps the heavens are too jealous? Therefore, the soul-devouring transformation can only be used once, and the price is the soul-devouring beast's life. Then, does Xiaohei have this kind of innate ability?" Yi Qinghan asked anxiously as he stared at the Demoness. The Demoness waved her lotus-like hand and said lightly, "It's fine. I think Jia Wu has already made arrangements, and Xiaohei's innate ability won't be awakened. The Soul Emperor died because of her, so he must have had a hard time these years. Of course, he will love and protect Xiaohei. He definitely won't let Xiaohei repeat the same mistake." Yi Qinghan remembered the ring that Lord Devour gave to Xiaohei. It seemed that Lord Devour had already made arrangements. He let out a sigh of relief. Xiaohei's personality was even more impulsive than his. If he suddenly awakened and used it carelessly, it would be over. Then Yi Qinghan thought that the Soul Emperor had used the soul-devouring transformation for Lord Devour? In the end, he had fallen. It seemed that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. But why did Lord Devour say that she was Xiao Hei's aunt? Didn't that mean that she was the Soul Emperor's younger sister? Who was Xiao Hei's mother? Also, did the Demoness and the Soul Emperor have an affair? Yi Qinghan had heard that the Soul Emperor's woman was the envy of all the martial artists in the divine world. It seemed that the Soul Emperor's love life was even more chaotic than his. Chapter 9:18. As Yi Qinghan's thoughts wandered, his eyes subconsciously swept over Yao Ji, a trace of doubt in them. Light swirled in Yao Ji's eyes. It was easy to see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. A rare blush appeared on her face, and she quietly said, "The truth is that the world has misunderstood the Soul Emperor." Yes, the Soul Emperor was an outstanding individual, and there were many women around him, but the truth was that he only loved his wife. Finally, his wife died, and he no longer cultivated. Instead, he began to wander the divine world and study refining. Jia Wu followed him from the Flame Dragon continent and loved him for hundreds of thousands of years. It was only in the last few years of his life that she touched his heart. What a pity! Yi Qinghan was startled. This Soul Emperor was truly a very charismatic person. Presumably, Yao Ji had always admired him, right? He never thought that the Soul Emperor would be such a lover. But if the Soul Emperor didn't leave his treasures to Xiao Hei and instead left them to the Fated Ones, then he must have been someone with a strong personality. This sort of person had a unique charm. He chatted with Yao Ji for a while longer, but it was Yao Ji recalling the heroic deeds of the Soul Emperor while Yi Qinghan listened. But what left Yi Qinghan depressed was that Yao Ji refused to say who killed the Soul Emperor or some of the Soul Emperor's secrets. No matter what Yi Qinghan tried to pry information out of her, she wouldn't say. "All right, let's not chat anymore. Let's get down to business." After some time, Yao Ji sat up once more. Her complexion was tranquil once more, clearly preparing to talk about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As the guardian of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, she didn't dare to violate the Soul Emperor's rules. Although she and the Soul Emperor had a deep relationship, she didn't dare to violate the Soul Emperor's principles. In the past, she had sworn a Divine Emperor blood oath and deeply respected the Soul Emperor's decisions. In the past, she had sworn a Divine Emperor blood oath and deeply respected the Soul Emperor's decisions. Yi Qinghan nodded, his complexion solemn. Yao Ji slowly said, "The Soul Emperor said that if you enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion's illusory palace, you will become the quasi-master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. You now have two choices. First, accept the challenge that the Soul Emperor has set for you. If you succeed, you will become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion, as well as the chance to enter the 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Second, you can choose to leave. You will also have the opportunity to obtain one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's 8th floor. Make your choice." Yi Qinghan already knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly, but he was confused by Yao Ji's words. He scratched his head and asked, "First, what kind of challenge is it? Also, if I become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, wouldn't the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion be mine? Why can't I go up to the 9th floor?" The enchantress said seriously, "I can't tell you the details of the challenge, but I can tell you that there are 3 stages in the challenge, and they are very difficult. It is very likely that you will fall here. However, if you succeed in the challenge, you will obtain unprecedented benefits, and your strength will also reach a certain height. As for the latter question, I can tell you, possessing the Soul Emperor Pavilion did not mean that one could enter the 9th floor. That was because the 9th floor contained precious treasures that could even tempt a monarch. If you don't meet certain conditions, the Soul Emperor will not give you this supreme treasure, because this will cause you to die. Yi Qinghan cried out in alarm. Precious treasures that could even tempt a monarch. Is it that supreme treasure that a peak 7th grade Soul Emperor used to suppress an 8th grade Soul Emperor? No, this treasure shouldn't be able to tempt a monarch, right? The enchantress smiled, smiling like a fox. She faintly said, "It's not that treasure. That treasure is on the 8th floor. It is one of the 3 great treasures of the 8th floor. Carefully consider it." Yi Qinghan fell silent. He had to carefully consider such an important matter. Precious treasures of the heavens and earth. A supreme treasure that could tempt even a 9th grade war god. If he succeeded in the challenge, he would obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion and obtain unprecedented benefits. In truth, none of this was important to Yi Qinghan. Strength. The enchantress said that if he succeeded in the challenge, his strength would reach a certain height. This was what Yi Qinghan wanted the most. Only with great strength could he control his own life. Only with great strength could he protect his loved ones and do the things he wanted to do. There was a high chance of dying. Yi Qinghan only hesitated for a moment about this point, but he didn't care about it in the slightest. At this moment, his state of mind had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. A martial artist cultivated to defy the heavens and change their fate. If he was afraid of death, why would he come to the Soul Emperor Pavilion? How could he give up on such a good opportunity? Even if he died in the end, he would not regret it. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more determined his heart became. He smiled, and his entire body became incomparably relaxed. A playful expression appeared in his eyes. He looked at the enchantress and smiled. "Enchantress, one last question. If you obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion, you will obtain unprecedented benefits. Does this include you?" The enchantress saw that Yi Qinghan only hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Her eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Then she covered her mouth and giggled. Her body trembled as she laughed. The little red string on her slender waist bounced even more happily. She didn't speak and only nodded her head shyly. "Good. I will officially accept this challenge." Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. However, he thought of something and frowned. "That can't be right. Enchantress, last time you said that if I could enter this place again, you would fulfill my wish." The enchantress's giggles turned into laughter. Her breasts bounced wildly, dazzling Yi Qinghan. Just as Yi Qinghan couldn't help but walk forward, she splashed a bucket of cold water on him. "Hee, little man, I will definitely keep my word. However, I think you should listen carefully to the rules of the challenge first. You really don't have much time." "Oh, what do you mean?" Yi Qinghan forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He didn't dare to look at the enchantress again. He pretended to be calm as he spoke. The enchantress smiled and said, "Because in the first stage of the challenge, you must double your strength within 20 years. Otherwise, the illusory palace's restrictions will immediately kill you. Of course, your strength is only limited to your soul and nomological attacks. It doesn't include your treasures or Xiao He. Your soul is currently at the 2nd level of the God King realm, and your nomological attacks are at the 1st level of the God King realm. Therefore, you must reach the peak of the God King realm in 20 years, and your nomological attacks are at the 3rd level of the God King realm. F***CK. Yi Qinghan was no longer in the mood to look at the enchantress's bountiful breasts. His face was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes were wide open. He was clearly frightened. 20 years. Before becoming a god, 20 years might be a long time. However, to Yi Qinghan, 20 years was just a snap of the fingers. His soul had to reach the peak of the God-King realm in 20 years. Reaching the third level of the God-King realm in the comprehension of the nomological laws. How was that possible? Sometimes one would be stuck for tens of thousands of years while comprehending the nomological laws. Even his soul couldn't reach the third level of the God-King realm in 20 years, much less the peak of the God-King realm. Was the soul emperor trying to play him to death? The first stage already made you so excited? Then, let me make you even more excited. The second stage is even more abnormal than the first. That is, one person must defeat all the martial artists in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At this moment, all the martial artists challenging the stage, not including the martial artists who have withdrawn, add up to nearly 10,000 people. Of these 10,000 people, half are God Emperors. Moreover, there is a clear rule that you can only use nomological laws or soul skills to defeat them. Otherwise, you will also die. The time limit is 30 years. As for the third stage, I won't say it, lest I scare you. Chapter 919. Yi Qinghan was frightened. He suspected that there was something wrong with the Soul Emperor's brain. There were close to 10,000 martial artists. Those who had not withdrawn or died were all elites. At least half of the 10,000 people were God Emperors. Not to mention the guards of Prince Cherry Blossom and Prince Li Tian. They were all experts in joint attacks. Even if he passed the first challenge, his soul would be at the peak of the God-King realm. Even if his soul broke through to the God Emperor realm and reached the strength of a 7th grade war god, his overall strength would be much higher than anyone else. His overall strength was much higher than anyone else's, but could he face the simultaneous attack of 10,000 people by himself? Did the Soul Emperor leave behind anything special for me? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan's heart calmed down. Such a perverse challenge was impossible to complete. The Soul Emperor must have a backup plan. You guessed wrong. The Soul Emperor didn't leave anything for you. Yao Ji waved her hand and said with a smile, "The only thing you can rely on is this place. All the functions of the Dream Palace are open to you for you to use." Oh, right. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that the Dream Palace was the #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm. He had gone into seclusion here for 10 years and comprehended a mid-grade profound mystery, the absolute space domain. He had relied on this to break through to the God realm and kill Divine, Master 2. The Dream Palace had 3 functions. First, cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the Divine realm for 5 years. Second, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth here was more than double that of the outside world. Of course, God Emperors were excluded. Third, the Dream Palace could simulate any battle between experts below the God Emperor realm. Martial artists could comprehend laws or attack by watching the battle. With these 3 functions, Yi Qinghan had no confidence that he could reach the requirements of the Soul Emperor within 20 years. However, Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that Yao Ji had mentioned that the Dream Palace had an even more advanced function. If the advanced function was perverse, perhaps there was a chance. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan asked urgently, "Yao Ji, what is the advanced function of the Dream Palace?" Yao Ji was very pleased that Yi Qinghan had grasped the main point. She smiled and said, "The advanced function is very simple. After activating it, one's law cultivation will double. The cultivation speed of the soul can be tripled. Of course, after reaching the God Emperor realm, there won't be such a strong effect." What? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He shouted in shock, "Soul cultivation speed tripled." He was actually the least worried about nomological law cultivation because he had 2 souls. In addition, the Dream Palace could simulate any martial artist's battle. This simulated battle could also be slowed down and clearly observed. This was several times better than the profound mysteries diagram. As long as he comprehended the rudiments, with two souls in a state of stillness, the speed at which he comprehended the nomological laws would be as fast as flying. He was a soul cultivator, and what he was most worried about was soul cultivation. The soul was the hardest to cultivate. He believed that he would never be able to reach the third level of the God King realm even if his soul remained silent for 20 years. If the soul was so easy to cultivate, then the soul strength of many supreme experts wouldn't be so low. A soul defense divine artifact would not be so precious. But now, Yao Ji was telling him that the Dream Palace could increase the speed of soul cultivation by 3 times. In addition, with his soul in a state of stillness, then he would definitely be able to reach the peak of the God King realm in 20 years. There was even a slight possibility of reaching the God Emperor realm, but how could this be possible? Yao Ji was a little displeased with Yi Qinghan's face. She slightly raised her head and puffed out her chest. You don't believe me? Humph! It wasn't that I pitted you back then and opened up some advanced functions for you. It wasn't that bewitching charm honey of mine that increased the speed of your soul by several times. Not to mention a few years, with the strength of your soul back then, it was impossible to comprehend this absolute domain without at least a few decades. Bewitching charm honey. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes. Back then, he was in seclusion and didn't know about it. He didn't expect that his successful comprehension was actually because of Yao Ji's help. Many thanks, Miss Yao Ji. Yi Qinghan still didn't believe it. After a moment of silence, he asked, Then what is this advanced function? Can you demonstrate it? Demonstrate. The enchantress's face suddenly turned red, and she became somewhat shy. However, her eyes were like silk, and the little red string below her twisted even more happily, causing Yi Qinghan's heart to waver once again. Yao Ji's face turned even redder. The redness on her face started to spread to her neck, then to her entire body. Her smooth skin was white with a tinge of red. It was incomparably charming. Her voice also became incomparably seductive. She raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan. She said shyly, This can't be demonstrated. It can only be entered directly. Actually, this advanced function is Yao Ji's body. Our bewitching charm race has a mystical function. When you have intercourse with me, you will directly enter the 5th level of soul stillness. So, your soul cultivation speed will be the fastest 5th level of soul stillness. Yi Qinghan exclaimed. His breathing became more rapid. This time, he completely believed it. In the state of soul stillness, he was only at the 2nd level. If he could reach the 5th level, then his soul cultivation speed would soar like a rocket. After all, the Rain Empress had told Yi Qinghan that her soul state was only at the 4th level. A soul cultivator who had not reached the celestial arch realm would never break through to the 3rd level of soul stillness. The difference between the 5th and the 2nd level was like heaven and earth. The 5th level was the highest level of soul stillness. According to M.O. Xiao Xiao, there was only one soul cultivator in the immortal realm who had reached the 5th level of soul stillness. That person was a sovereign. Then, let's start cultivating. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. He was a little embarrassed. Such an erotic cultivation could still achieve such a terrifying speed. It was really, goddamn it. Yao Ji did not speak. She shyly closed her eyes and lay down. Her long eyelashes trembled continuously. Her towering breasts bounced slightly. Gulp, gulp. Yi Qinghan could not hold it in any longer. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed forward. Like an inexperienced little boy, he hurriedly lifted the veil and climbed up. Yao Ji's skin became even redder. Her breathing became more rapid. Like an inexperienced little girl, she was extremely nervous. When Yi Qinghan saw this, his hands and feet became lighter. He did not step on her rudely. Instead, he reached out a hand and began to gently stroke Yao Ji's face and her black hair. He wanted to let her feel his tenderness and calm her down. After a while, his hand started to slide down, and his body also lightly pressed against hers. When Yi Qinghan's hand passed through the thin gauze in front of her chest and grabbed onto those soft and perky peaks, Yi Qinghan tensed up. Little Temptress's body trembled, and she let out a moan of ecstasy. The little red string on her waist twisted even more happily. Yi Qinghan stared at the little red string. His eyes burned with passion. He had a deep impression of this little red string. This was because one of the ends of the red string had drilled into the green grassland. It was connected to the holy land of Peach Blossom. It was mysterious and full of lust. He had always wanted to know what this little red string was used for. One hand continued to stroke and knead the soft breasts. Yi Qinghan's other hand quietly moved downwards. He followed the little red string and slid across the green grassland. Finally, he gently lifted the thin veil. Chapter 9:20. The instant the thin veil was removed, Yi Qinghan's entire body started to tremble. Gulp, gulp. A swallowing sound could be heard. Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding on to the peerlessly beautiful object suddenly stiffened. The muscles on her body also stiffened. At this moment, the hardness of the divine artifact below was comparable to a supreme grade divine artifact. The end of the little red string had actually burrowed into the pink peach blossom holy land, and it was even happily twisting about. The pink peach blossom field was currently sparkling and translucent, and there was a river flowing out of it that gave off a faint fragrance. The pink soil on both sides of the river was currently opening and closing, as if it was welcoming an esteemed guest. The little red string was suddenly pulled out, and the end of the string was wrapped in layers of red threads, making it look like a snake's head. The snake's head was continuously twisting, and there was a translucent, milky white liquid on it. The little red string slowly retracted towards Yi Qinghan's waist, as if it was unwilling to let go. Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a wave of jealousy in his heart, as if something good had been used by someone else first. However, his body started to tremble even more, and he subconsciously stretched out a hand. His trembling hand lightly brushed past the area where the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and his hand felt something soft and moist. "This servant is weak. I hope that you will take pity on me," a gentle voice sounded out, causing Yi Qinghan's body to feel as if it was on fire, and a fiendish aura filled his body. His eyes became slightly red, and he roared. He could no longer hold it in, and his clothes were torn to shreds, causing the veils around the large bed to continuously sway. Holy shit, famous artifact, 1,000-layered waves. When Yi Qinghan entered, he finally understood why the bewitching race's women were the goddesses in the hearts of the men in the god realm, and why the heavenly awakening continent's monarch, Mo Shanghuang, had disregarded his status to forcefully steal that bewitching race's woman. In ancient times, there were peerless kingdom warriors, and now there were peerless bewitching race's women. Yi Qinghan had heard of the so-called famous artifact in his previous life, but he had thought that it was just a rumor. Only now did he know that it truly existed, and it was indeed a famous artifact. 1,000-layered waves. There were 1,000 layers within layer upon layer, boundlessly wondrous, ecstatic, and eroding. Yi Qinghan seemed to have gone mad. He was immersed in this boundless beauty, unable to extricate himself. Of course, he couldn't extricate himself even if he wanted to. The 1,000-layered waves had an indescribable suction force that wrapped around Yi Qinghan's divine weapon and sucked it in. The enchantress's eyes were slightly closed. Her eyes were like silk, and her snow-white skin was faintly blushing at this moment. The pure and bashful expression on her face was mixed with an enchanting charm. These two completely different expressions appeared on a beautiful face. One could imagine how much stimulation it would have on a man's senses. A gust of wind rose in the room, and the surrounding walls emitted a faint white light. The heaven and earth essence energy in the dream palace gradually thickened to a frightening level. The wind blew against the veil on the bed, causing it to flutter, accompanied by the flapping sounds of the bed. The sounds intertwined with each other, forming a special melody. Yi Qinghan was shocked. At this moment, he could feel that his soul sea was surging at a crazy speed. It was definitely more than 3 times faster than when he was in the second stage of the soul silent state. This wasn't what shocked him. What shocked him the most was that he wasn't meditating at this moment. He wasn't in a meditative state. The 5th stage of the soul's silent state didn't require him to meditate, and he could directly enter it. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't care so much. It was a good thing that his soul sea was constantly growing. As for why he entered this legendary ultimate state without meditating, he didn't have the time to investigate this matter. He began to immerse himself in the boundless pleasure of the 1,000-layered waves. Pa, pa, pa. This wonderful and charming sound echoed in the dream palace for an entire day and night. Of course, there was no day or night here. There was only the ambiguous and charming scenery of spring. A woo, accompanied by a howl that sounded like a wild beast. Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled, and his calves couldn't stop trembling. Flowers bloomed and withered. Tides rose and fell. Yi Qinghan poured out all the tumultuous words in his chest. His body slowly fell to the side, and the artifact below him slowly slid out. He felt that his body was still as light as a feather. This feeling would probably be unforgettable for the rest of his life. Buzz. Suddenly, that little red rope twisted again. The rope head was like a snake's head, and it drilled into the constantly squirming sacred ground. Then, with a sudden fling, a few drops of pure white liquid with a seeping fragrance shot directly into Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared in an instant. The red rope drilled back to its old place. That thin veil quietly flew up and covered the beautiful 3 parts of the demoness. What is this? Although Yi Qinghan was in the 5th stage of the soul silent state, he didn't seem to be affected by anything he did or thought. At this moment, when the few drops of liquid entered his body, he could naturally feel his soul suddenly tremble, and the speed of his soul's circulation increased a little. Little man, your soul silent state can be maintained for 5 years. The few drops of bewitching honey that I gave you can also maintain the high-speed circulation speed of your soul for 5 years. I have already opened the restriction of the Dream Palace. If you want to watch any battle, just imagine it in your heart, and the restriction will automatically help you enter. All right, I have consumed too much of my vitality this time, and I need to sleep for 5 years. I hope that after 5 years, you will give me a big surprise. The demoness voice sounded. Although her voice was still charming, it was incomparably weak. Yi Qinghan was shocked, and he quickly opened his eyes. However, he saw that the demoness face was incomparably pale, and she looked sickly. Compared to her original charming and pretty appearance, it was as if she was a completely different person. He quickly got up in a panic and asked with concern, "Demoness, what happened to you? Are there any major problems? What do you need me to do?" Hee, the demoness laughed, but it was a little forced. The blush on her face also began to fade, and her tender and beautiful lips also became pale. She squirmed a few times and said, "It's nothing, this concubine. This is the first time I have intercourse with a man. Little man, You are too fierce, and you absorbed a lot of my vitality. I hope you won't disappoint me, and cultivate well. See you in 5 years." After saying that, the demoness once again forced a smile, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Her face was pale, like a snow beauty in deep sleep, and it made people unconsciously feel a trace of pity for her. Yi Qinghan gently stroked the demoness' face, and he felt a wave of shame. He was secretly depressed. This matter couldn't be blamed on him. Originally, his endurance wasn't that strong. However, he didn't know if it was the demoness' special physique, but this time it was especially tough and lasting. Thinking back to that kind of ecstasy, Yi Qinghan still didn't want to completely wake up until now. Yi Qinghan was only intoxicated for a moment, and then he resolutely got up. He stood up, took out a robe, and put it on. Then he gently put down the light muslin on the bed and sat cross-legged in the hall. "Xiaohei, I'm going into closed-door training for a period of time. Are you going to stay in the beast dimension, or are you going to come out?" Although he didn't know what price the demoness had paid, even if it wasn't for the demoness, Yi Qinghan would still train hard. With such a heaven-defying opportunity, if he still didn't know how to grasp it, then he would be a stupid pig. He was prepared to continuously watch the battles between strong warriors, and when he had comprehended a high-level profound mystery, he would immediately go into closed-door training to comprehend it. If he didn't comprehend a high-level profound mystery, he would definitely not come out. At this moment, of course, he had to inform Xiaohei. He connected with Xiaohei's soul. Just as he transmitted his voiceover, Xiaohei immediately cried out in surprise, "Boss, boss, what happened just now? Why is it that my soul ocean is continuously growing in the beast dimension? It's still growing now. Although it's not as fast as when I refined my aunt's fruit, it's still very fast. What exactly happened?" "What? There's such a thing? The 5th level of soul silence is so abnormal." Yi Qinghan was also shocked. It was understandable that his soul was growing so fast, but why was Xiaohei's soul also growing continuously? How did the demoness do it? What price did she pay? "Then stay in the beast dimension and don't come out. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. The sooner your soul reaches the God Emperor realm, the sooner you can transform. And marry Li Shui'er." Yi Qinghan looked deeply at the demoness on the bed and immediately made a decision for Xiaohei, transmitting his voiceover. Xiaohei quickly nodded and said, Okay. I can grow my soul even when I sleep inside. Of course, I won't let go of such a good opportunity. Boss, you train hard. I'm going to sleep." Chapter 9:21. With this soul cultivation speed, I can probably reach 2/3 of the 2nd level Divine King realm within 5 years, right? At this rate, if I continue fighting with the Enchantress 5 years later and enter the 5th level of soul quietude again, I can reach peak Divine King realm within 20 years, or even God Emperor realm. Closing the Warbeast space, Yi Qinghan began to look at his soul sea. At this moment, the 2 soul seas were constantly expanding in all directions. The speed was so fast that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. The only thing he had to worry about now was law cultivation. Yi Qinghan began to consider where to begin law cultivation. There was not much time, just 20 years. Moreover, law cultivation was not like soul cultivation, where one could continuously expand without any bottlenecks. Sometimes, when one was stuck at a bottleneck in law cultivation, it could last for hundreds of years. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and finally sighed helplessly. His path of law seemed to only be comprehending the profound mysteries of space. Because he only comprehended the profound mysteries of space, he was most familiar with the profound mysteries of space. Although he did not really like the profound mysteries of space, he also felt that it was of little value. But there was no other way. The foundation of the profound mysteries of space was good, and there was not much time left. He could only think of ways to comprehend the high-level profound mysteries of space. An absolute domain is an intermediate law. As long as I fuse another profound mystery, it will become a high-level mystery. I'll watch the battle of spatial law powerhouses and see if I can fuse a profound mystery. Before long, Yi Qinghan made a decision. He had no choice but to continue comprehending the spatial law. With a thought, the walls of the Reverie Palace radiated with a gentle white light. Then, the white light grew brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan blinked subconsciously. When he opened his eyes, the scene in front of him had changed. A white-clothed martial artist and a black-clothed martial artist suddenly appeared in the air. Both were peak divine king realm, but every movement caused space to tremble. They were clearly experts that cultivated the spatial law. Yi Qinghan did not care about the situation around him. His eyes stared fixedly at the two people in the air. Divine power flashed in his eyes. Every movement of the two automatically slowed down in his eyes. He was completely immersed in the path of law comprehension. What the hell is this level? Why isn't there an entrance to the next floor? Motherf ***, are you trying to trap us to death? Where did City Lord Yi go? Why haven't I seen him after searching for so long? At one of the checkpoints of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, a young man with the aura of a ruffian was cursing and swearing as he looked ahead. His handsome face revealed a trace of impatience. Young Master Li, don't worry. If we can't get out, they can't either. We haven't seen Lord Yi for so long. Maybe he's already in the next level. The warrior beside the young man was wearing a war god robe and a bamboo hat. He raised his head slightly and said, his eyes shining brightly, "That's right. Young Master Li, don't worry. The Viper War God is right. Also, didn't we meet His Highness Cherry Blossom not long ago? He said that City Lord Yi had entered the 6th level before him. Although the 6th level is vast, there isn't much danger. With City Lord Yi's valiant strength, he definitely won't be in any danger. Perhaps he has already entered the 7th level." A young master at the side said, if Yi Qinghan was here, he would definitely recognize the person who spoke. This was the young master Meng Lang, who had acted rashly in the past, but wasn't rash at all. The others were also familiar faces. The ruffian was Li He's son, Li Shaosha. He had seen him a few times in Leaping Springs City. There was also the Viper War God and the Dragon War God he had met during the War God assessment, as well as some other famous young masters of the continent. When young Master Meng Lang said this, everyone felt slightly relieved. During the time that Yi Qinghan was wreaking havoc in the Star Sea, the entire floating mist continent was talking about his heroic deeds. Yi Qinghan originally had the title of the continent's #1 young master. At this moment, he had become the idol of the continent's younger generation, an idol that was worshipped with incomparable fervor. They couldn't help but admire him. A single person with dozens of subordinates dared to declare war on the entire Star Sea, disregarding anything else. Just this boldness was unprecedented in the divine world. Moreover, the most important point was that Yi Qinghan could toy with tens of billions of powerhouses and dozens of venerables in the palm of his hand. He had even killed a venerable. What kind of method was this? Let alone the younger generation martial artists. Even venerable Li Quan secretly sighed at his inferiority. This was a young hero. Thus, all the martial artists of the floating mist continent had a kind of blind confidence in Yi Qinghan. Some people even considered him to be the #1 person below the sovereign rank. This time, They had received the order early and brought all the peak martial artists of the floating mist continent below the 5th grade to the Seoul Emperor Pavilion to await Yi Qinghan's orders. No one hesitated. Instead, they were incomparably excited and longed to fight together with Yi Qinghan. It was just that, in this stage, they had encountered a difficult problem. The legendary and incomparably abnormal 5th stage had actually failed. All of them had split into countless groups and entered the 6th floor. In the end, all of them had entered. Not only them. On the 6th floor, they also met other martial artists of the major factions. After confirming that the 5th stage had failed, everyone had entered. Of course, everyone was busy looking for the entrance to the next floor and did not start fighting. Without benefits, without a death grudge, who would recklessly start a war. The people of the floating mist continent had a huge hatred for the martial artists of the Star Sea. Not long ago, they encountered the martial artists of the Star Sea and almost fought. It was just that they were a group of dragons without a leader. Li Tian was also anxious to go to the 8th floor. Thus, they restrained themselves and did not make a move. The 6th floor was completely different from the time Yi Qinghan entered. It was actually a super large mountain range. The terrain inside was incomparably complicated. The guardian monsters were very strong, but there were very few of them. They all moved alone. For the few large groups that entered, it was still very easy to kill them if they attacked together. The biggest problem was it had already been a full half a year. The 7 major legions and some martial artists of the smaller factions totaled close to 10,000 people. They practically flipped through the 6th floor several times, but did not find the entrance to the next floor. When Li Xiaosha heard the few people's persuasion, he mused for a moment. His irritable mood calmed down a little, and he said faintly, "Forget it. Search slowly. And we're all stuck at the 6th floor. This is also good. Perhaps City Lord Yi has already reached the 8th floor at this moment." Wakaka! Li Xiaosha's words made everyone's eyes light up. Young Master Meng Lang nodded his head and said, "8th floor? City Lord Yi is a person who can create miracles. Perhaps he can really succeed." City Lord Yi is indeed a person who can create miracles. Viper War God exchanged a glance with War God, one dragon beside him, and sighed. Towards Yi Qinghan, they had a very deep impression of him. When Yi Qinghan applied for the War God assessment, when he fought with Lu Ji in Phoenix Dance City, he already knew that Yi Qinghan was a character, except he did not expect that not only was Yi Qinghan a character, but he was also a super perverted character. When he was in Phoenix Dance City, he would hear shocking rumors about Yi Qinghan every once in a while. That little man with guts back then actually grew to such an extent. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Misty Continent began to continue advancing forward, continuing to explore the 6th floor. Along the way, they actually encountered martial artists from other continents, but everyone left separately after detecting them from afar. Although everyone knew that this floor was very strange, perhaps someone intentionally closed the entrance. But everyone had no choice and could only search continuously. Nobody dared to stop, as if afraid that others would find the exit before them. Chapter 9:22. Unbeknownst to Yi Qinghan and the martial artists in the Seoul Emperor Pavilion, the moment Yi Qinghan entered the illusory palace, Yi Qinghan's expression changed. The 8th level of the pagoda on Seoul Emperor Island suddenly lit up with a gentle light. This light flashed, but it successfully shocked the countless martial artists on Seoul Emperor Island, as well as the countless supremacies outside. The 8th floor had been opened. The faces of the 8 supremacies guarding the Seoul Emperor Pavilion instantly changed. Ever since the Seoul Emperor Pavilion appeared, they had been guarding it. They knew very well that when someone reached a certain level, that level would light up with this kind of light. Without any hesitation, the 8 venerables took out their communication jade talismans and sent a message back to their respective forces. Before they came, they were instructed by their respective sovereigns to inform them as soon as anyone entered the 8th floor. Ethereal City, Venerable Fragrance was in seclusion in a room at the moment. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Her demonic face moved slightly. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's 8th floor has opened. Did Yi Qinghan really go in? Does he really have such great strength and heaven-defying luck? The Venerable who was stationed on Soul Emperor Island used to be his subordinate. Of course, he immediately sent a message to him. That kind of little supremacy didn't have the qualifications to send a message to the monarch. If he wanted to notify the monarch, he had to go through the 5 of them. Of course, now that Evil Moon had been expelled, there were only 4 people left. Although he didn't know what was inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, if the Misty Monarch placed such importance on it, he would naturally place great importance on it. He quickly stood up and disappeared from the room in a flash. Venerable Fragrance reappeared at the foot of a tall mountain in the west of Ethereal City. This mountain was called Ethereal Peak. It was one of the wonders of the ethereal continent because it was too tall. From below, it was impossible to see the peak. Not only could he not see the peak of the mountain, at most, he could only see halfway up the mountain. Empyrean Fragrance smiled disdainfully. This place was a forbidden land to the martial artists of the Misty Continent, but to Empyrean Fragrance, it was only an important place. He didn't teleport up. Instead, he walked up the mountain step by step. The mountain became steeper and steeper. At the end, it was almost a 70-degree slope. Moreover, the surface was as smooth as a mirror. Even if it was given to a small martial artist, they would not be able to climb it. Exalted Fragrance's footsteps were like the wind. Before long, she already climbed to the summit. The peak was very flat and wide. There was nothing on it except for a white palace. Fragrance requests an audience with the monarch. Exalted Fragrance knelt on one knee. Her expression was extremely respectful and even a little nervous. "What is it?" A majestic voice suddenly sounded. The voice was very faint, and no one knew where it came from. However, it was clearly heard on the peak of the mountain. Reporting to Sovereign, someone has entered the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Venerable Fragrance looked slightly uncomfortable. He knew that the monarch did not like him because of what happened in Flame Dragon City back then. "Got it. Give this to the guards on Soul Emperor Island. Once someone enters the 9th level, inform me immediately." A white jade communication talisman shot out from the palace. Fragrance Sovereign's expression tightened as she respectfully received it. This communication jade talisman was something that even he did not have the qualifications to possess. If he wanted to pay his respects to the sovereign, he could only come here. It seemed like Monarch Huang cared a great deal about the Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor. What was on the 9th floor? The same thing happened in the other 5 continents. Moreover, the hidden sovereign had made an exception and spoken out. Besides Star Sovereign, the 7 guardian venerables of the Soul Emperor Pavilion all received a communication jade talisman from their respective sovereigns. They also received the highest decree of the sovereign. Once the 9th floor lit up, they had to be informed immediately. It was not that Li Kong did not want to send a message to Star Sovereign, but Star Sovereign was in death seclusion. If he did not come out, no one could see him. However, this did not prevent him from knowing that the other 7 sovereigns had given their instructions. This matter was not concealed. Before long, many venerables and patriarchs of the great families in the immortal realm knew of this matter. What was on the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion? who had entered the 8th floor. Recently, countless great families and supreme beings in the immortal realm were thinking about this question. However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not figure it out. However, many people were sure of one thing. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had something that moved the hearts of the 7 sovereigns. My lord, did little Han enter the 8th floor? On the rooftop of Soul Devourer City, Lord 9 asked Lord Devour, who was standing on the rooftop and looking at the sea. Lord Devour tilted his head slightly, looked at Lord 9, and said calmly, "It should be him." "Should, my lord, doesn't Lady Yao Ji need to report to you about the Soul Emperor Pavilion?" Lord 9 raised her brows in confusion. Lord Devour had told her a little about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She knew that the guardian inside was Yao Ji, one of the demon-dancing concubines named by the Soul Emperor, and Lord Devour. Of course, they were equally famous. Now that Lord Devour was so powerful, Yao Ji would probably report everything to Lord Devour, right? "I will not care about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This is what I promised the Soul Emperor. He said that he would leave it to the fated person. If no one is fated, then that supreme treasure of heaven and earth will be sealed there forever." Lord Devour sighed deeply and said faintly, "Supreme treasure of heaven and earth." Lord 9 recalled the recent rumors in the immortal realm. Now that Lord Devour said so, it must be a supreme treasure. She asked curiously, "Is it on the 9th floor? Supreme treasure of heaven and earth. How precious is it?" "It's on the 9th floor. As for how precious it is, it's hard to say. Anyway, I think if Jida could get it, he wouldn't hesitate to give the entire Misty Continent to someone else." This, Lord 9 took in a breath of cold air. Her eyes blinked unceasingly and her hands shivered. He wouldn't hesitate to give the entire Misty Continent to someone else. Then, did it mean that the Misty Continent wasn't as precious as the supreme treasure of heaven and earth? Then, my lord, why don't you use it? I mean, why didn't the Soul Emperor give it to you? Lord 9 was bewildered. Such a treasure. Lord 9 had followed Lord Devour for so many years, so she knew Lord Devour's feelings for the Soul Emperor. She also understood the entanglement between the Soul Emperor and Lord Devour. "I don't need it." Lord Devour beamed a faint smile, but his voice was arrogant. He looked at the wandering sea in the distance, his eyes a little perplexed. After a while, he said leisurely, "In fact, I wanted to let Xiao He take this supreme treasure. However, Xiao He doesn't like to cultivate. Thus, I wanted to let Yi Qinghan take it. Of course, whether Yi Qinghan can get it or not depends on his luck. If Yi Qinghan can't get it, it will be really troublesome." Lord 9's brain worked fast. She understood Lord Devour's worry, so she asked, "What's so magical about this heaven and earth treasure? If Yi Qinghan gets it, can he help you resist your enemy?" "This thing is really magical. It's one of the most precious treasures in this world. If little Han can get it, we will have a chance to resist my enemy. Sai, it's all up to fate." After Lord Devour finished talking, he quieted down. Lord 9 didn't dare to ask more, just staying with Lord Devour to watch the wandering sea in the distance. 2 graceful figures, one red and one white, were swaying gracefully in the sea breeze. Chapter 9:23. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, 2 martial artists, one black and one white, were engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were using the space mysteries, but the space law mysteries were auxiliary or control-type mysteries. When the 2 fought, neither could do anything to the other. It was as if the 2 were not fighting, but rather demonstrating the principles of the space mysteries. Yi Qinghan did not care where he was at this moment. His eyes were glued to the 2 people in the sky. Many years ago, He had watched such a battle and knew that it was only an illusion. There was no danger at all. Of course, he would not care about anything around him. Watching the battle and comprehending the mysteries was the most important thing. The two of them are using many mysteries that I can't understand at all. Space Shackle should be a strengthened version of the absolute domain. But what other mysteries did he fuse with? What is the other space mystery fused with? Why do I feel that he has all 5 foundation mysteries? This is impossible. If all 5 mysteries are fused, then that is the ultimate mystery. Invincible battle god. It seems that I have misunderstood. I have to watch more. Because the Dream Palace's functions were fully activated, Yi Qinghan could watch as he pleased. Thus, Yi Qinghan repeatedly replayed the battle between the two. However, after watching for half a year, he had only seen Space Shackle. If not for Viper War God explaining it to him in the past, he would not have been able to grasp the door. Heaven and earth laws were the purest, most wondrous, and most profound things in the world. It was possible for you to suddenly comprehend and immediately fuse with them. After that, it would be easier. Follow this path and gradually comprehend, then you would eventually have a chance to reach grand accomplishment. But it was also possible that you would never be able to enter the door. This was something that you understood. And if you didn't, then you didn't understand. Moreover, it was easy to go astray while cultivating the laws. If you comprehended the wrong thing at the beginning, then you would follow the wrong path and eventually walk into a dead end. Profound mysteries could not be explained in detail. Even if you comprehended it in detail, you would still not understand. Something that was rigid and rigid was not suitable for comprehending the laws. This was because this was comprehending the truth of the world, the source of the great Tao. If you could not comprehend it, then how could you let the younger generation better comprehend the laws and not go down the wrong path so that they could comprehend the laws faster? This was something that many supreme experts were considering. After all, they had many descendants. Only when their descendants were powerful could their clan become even more powerful. Thus, the creation of the profound mystery diagram came into being. The profound mystery diagram was very difficult to create. Unless one was a supreme expert, it was impossible to create it. Every profound mystery diagram was a priceless treasure. They were the treasures of every great family. The profound mysteries diagram contained the cultivation rules of a supreme expert, their comprehension of the laws, and their comprehension of the world. Although the profound mystery diagram was very profound, it was very useful. Of course, these profound mysteries diagrams were trash to the Dream Palace. In a battle between powerhouses, the profound mysteries of the laws used were the easiest for people to comprehend. After all, this was the most direct and purest manifestation of the profound mysteries. There were many supreme experts in the God world who wanted to record their own battles or simulate their battles so that their juniors could comprehend them. However, they soon realized that it was impossible. Why? Because the speed of the ultimate powerhouses was just too fast. Every release and application of the profound mysteries of the laws was completed in an instant. Their clan's descendants simply couldn't understand how it was done. But the Dream Palace solved this problem. The images of the battle between powerhouses could be infinitely enlarged, replayed, and even replayed. One could clearly understand how every high-grade profound mystery was released and what basic profound mysteries were fused. Hence, the Dream Palace became the #1 supreme treasure below the God Emperor realm. With this item, one could create countless pinnacle God King experts. Even so, however, Yi Qinghan still watched for an entire half a year and still couldn't figure out what profound mysteries were fused with spatial shackles, let alone the principles behind the fusion. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend the laws. absolute domain is the fusion of spatial undulation, spatial locking, and spatial stillness. This spatial shackles needs to fuse one more profound mystery. Is it the power of space or spatial oscillation? If it's the power of space, how do I cut in? How do I cut in with spatial oscillation? Without a point of convergence, it can't be fused at all. Sigh, what a headache. Another half a year had passed, and Yi Qinghan was starting to feel a little anxious. He had watched the battle for an entire year, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of fundamental profound mystery he was trying to fuse, let alone deduce the principle behind the fusion. He wanted to break through to the third level of the God King realm within 20 years. To reach the third level of the God King realm, he needed to fuse two types of high-grade profound mysteries to the large success stage, and he still needed to enter the entry stage of the third high-grade profound. Right now, he had only comprehended one type of high-grade profound mystery, so close, yet worlds apart. If this carried on, he would definitely be hacked to death by the Dream Palace's restrictions. One had to know that even if Yi Qinghan had comprehended the entry stage, it wasn't that simple to reach the large success stage of a high-grade profound mystery. Even if an ordinary person was extremely talented, they would still need several decades. Yi Qinghan was more monstrous, but he would still need at least several years, or even more than a decade. Now that a year had passed without any results, how could Yi Qinghan not be anxious? No matter how he looked, Yi Qinghan couldn't figure out the main points. Helplessly, Yi Qinghan simply exited the battle simulation. He also stopped meditating and woke up. He stood up and wriggled his body. He decided to completely relax himself. He was very clear that when a person was under great pressure, he had to think of ways to relax himself. Otherwise, if he continued to struggle, his mind would become more and more chaotic, and the pressure would also increase. In the end, it was very likely that things would become worse. After looking into the beast battling space, he discovered that Xiaohe was sleeping soundly. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and didn't disturb him. After that, he probed his soul sea and discovered that it was more or less the same as what he had expected. If he could continue to grow at this speed in these 20 years, his soul would definitely reach the peak of the God King realm. There was also a high possibility that he would break through to the Goddarch realm. After walking around the Dream Palace for a while, Yi Qinghan came to the white jade bed at the seat of honor. He gently lifted the veil and looked at the beauty Sala's peerless appearance and alluring body. His mind didn't have any evil thoughts, and his mind instantly calmed down. This woman was very special. Yi Qinghan didn't have any feelings towards her. This was completely a man's desire to possess a peerless beauty. Of course, Beauty Sala had helped him in the past, so he felt some gratitude towards her. After coming to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, once more, Yi Qinghan's feelings towards Beauty Sala hadn't changed. Even though he had taken her, the truth was that he didn't have any feelings towards her. But now, things were different. Although he didn't know what Beauty Sala had done, he was well aware that Beauty Sala had helped him a great deal without violating the Soul Emperor's rules. Moreover, she had done so secretly, without any compensation. This caused Yi Qinghan to be moved. His personality had always been like this. If others were good to him, he would treat them 100 times better. Seeing Beauty Sala's pale face, Yi Qinghan recalled the time he had spent together with Beauty Sala. Yi Qinghan's heart softened. A man only found out afterwards that there was a woman who had silently sacrificed a great deal for him. For him, she didn't even hesitate to harm herself. Moreover, this woman was a peerless beauty. In this sort of situation, any man would involuntarily feel a sense of pity and tenderness towards her. Then, this feeling would be infinitely magnified, and the position of this woman in his heart would become increasingly large. Yi Qinghan gently smiled. One hand held onto Beauty Sala's soft hand, and the other hand gently stroked her pale face. Like this, he quietly sat there, looking at her for a long, long time. Unconsciously, Yi Qinghan's heart slowly calmed down. The smile on his lips also faded away. His eyes slowly closed, and like this, he unknowingly fell into meditation. And at this time, the wind in the dream palace seemed to become increasingly strong. Chapter 924. Sigh, these days are so king boring. The 6th floor of Seoul Emperor Pavilion was made up of countless mountain ranges. At this moment, on one of the mountain peaks, a young man with a ruffian aura was mumbling to himself. The people around him shook their heads. Not only Li Xiaosha, but the countless young masters on the mountain peaks were also bored to death. It had been 4.5 years, but the entrance was still nowhere to be found. Everyone had already given up. Every legion found a mountain peak and stationed themselves. Then they sent out a small team to patrol the area. Everyone thought that they could have a good rest. But this godforsaken place was filled with powerful demonic beasts. No one had the heart to cultivate. They could only sit on the mountain peaks and chat all day. After 4 years of chatting, there was nothing left to talk about. Everyone looked at each other like fools. It was too boring. Young Master Meng, why don't we go to Her Highness Cherry Blossom? Bring this dazzling sun-south mountain's pearl to our misty continent. Li Xiaosha suddenly thought of something. His eyes brightened as he looked at a mountain peak on the left. Then he said to young Master Meng Lang with a mischievous smile, "This isn't good. If we get chased down the mountain, it won't be fun." Young Master Meng Lang frowned. There were clearly a few black lines on his forehead. Her Highness Cherry Blossom was the descendant of the South Mountains' sovereign. Their statuses were on a whole different level. How could they woo her? Don't be discouraged. Back then, City Lord, he also didn't show off his abilities. Didn't he still manage to get the first place during my young Miss Coming-of-Age ceremony? Li Xiaosha knew what young Master Meng Lang was worried about, so he spoke without a care in the world. Oh, young Master Meng Lang's black lines increased. Although Li Xiaosha was speaking the truth, Yi Qinghan did not reveal that he was the young master of Soul Devourer Manor when he participated in Li Shu'er's coming-of-age ceremony. He used his own strength to suppress Tu Xia. At this moment, no one knew the inside story of Li Shu'er and Xiao He, so they thought that Li Shu'er ran away with Yi Qinghan. But how could they compare to a freak like Yi Qinghan? Young Master Meng Lang thought to himself, although this Li Xiaosha had some of Yi Qinghan's ruffian temperament, he didn't have the latter's strength and backing. He actually wanted to eat swan meat like a toad. Stop whining. If you're a man, follow me. If you get blasted down, you'll die. I'll take responsibility. Little Li Sha was unhappy. He directly pulled young Master Meng Lang down the mountain. He was really bored to death. Young Master Meng Lang sighed, helplessly. It wasn't good for him to refute Li Xiaosha's words, so he could only let him drag on. Young Master Li, young Master Meng, work hard and take down Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Bring glory to the misty continent. The rest of the young masters burst into laughter and prepared to watch a good show. Everyone was bored to death. Even the Viper War God was interested. His divine awareness spread out and locked onto the two of them. Although the venomous snake battle god was highly regarded by the battle god pavilion master of Fengwu City and was one of the most powerful people in the group, his status was far below that of these young masters. Li Xiaosha of Dripping Spring Manor, Meng Lang of Meng Fei Manor requests an audience with Your Highness Cherry Blossom. The army of the Southern Mountain Continent was stationed right next to the ethereal continent. The two continents, one in the east and the other in the west, usually did not have much enmity. Right now, they were living in harmony. Little Li Sha brought young Master Meng Lang along with a few subordinates. Just like that, they swaggered to the foot of the mountain and reported to the guards. There was a small group of guards at the foot of the mountain. Of course, this small group of people was only there to guard the entrance. Seeing that little Li Sha and Meng Lang's aura was extraordinary and that they introduced themselves, they did not dare to slack off. They hurriedly went up the mountain to pass on the message. Her Highness invites you in. Young masters, please follow me. What made little Li Sha and Meng Lang excited was that Her Highness Cherry Blossom actually wanted to meet them. It was not a tactful rejection. The two of them were overjoyed, but did not show it. Little Li Sha led the way and walked up the mountain in big strides. Wow, that works too? Could it be that Her Highness Cherry Blossom is like us? She has nothing better to do? Bullsh asterisk T. How could she have balls? F asterisk CK. If I had known earlier, I would have followed young Master Li. The ethereal continent side was in an uproar. They were all guessing in their hearts. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's identity was not to be underestimated. She was the number one of the younger generation in the southern mountain continent. Her temperament, strategy, and aptitude were all top-notch. How could she be interested in people like little Li Sha and young Master Meng Lang? Could it be that Her Highness Cherry Blossom was a very open-minded person who liked to mess around? Little Li Sha and Meng Lang stayed up there for a total of 6 hours. Under the envious gazes of the young masters, they swaggered down and returned leisurely. Who would have thought that the two of them would be so proud of themselves the moment they returned to the mountain peak? Their faces were filled with disappointment and even jealousy. What's wrong? What's wrong? Young Master Li, is there no hope? Young Master Meng, what's the situation? Her Highness Cherry Blossom is not interested in you. What did you guys talk about? The young masters hurriedly released their gossips and were extremely puzzled. If Her Highness Cherry Blossom was not interested in them, why did she keep them for 6 hours? Little Li Sha shook his head and sighed. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Looks like all the good cabbages are going to be taken by that animal, City Lord Yi. Her Highness Cherry Blossom chatted with us for 6 hours and asked about City Lord Ye's deeds. Young Master Meng Lang also sighed, and his face was filled with bitterness. Why was there such a huge difference between them? Oh, City Lord Yi is mighty. The crowd was in an uproar. A few of the peerless young ladies of the Misty Continent were entangled with Yi Qing Han. It was said that many outstanding young ladies of the large families had secretly expressed their admiration for Yi Qing Han. There were even some bold young ladies of prestigious families who had openly expressed their desire to marry Yi Qing Han. It was also said that a peerless young lady of the Star Sea, the princess of the Rain Butterfly Island, also had an ambiguous relationship with Yi Qing Han. Now, it was even more incredible. Even the Pearl of the South Mountains was interested in Yi Qing Han, asked about his deeds for 6 hours. A woman openly asked about a man's deeds. The meaning was obvious. Although the crowd was envious and jealous of Yi Qing Han, they were still slightly proud of him. Wasn't he someone from the Misty Continent? Why wasn't the Star Sea's Highness Li Tian so mighty? The Misty Continent army was in an uproar. The South Mountains Continent's garrison was also in an uproar. Although Her Highness Cherry Blossom was the leader this time, many famous young masters from the South Mountains Continent had also come. None of these famous young masters had any intentions of coveting Her Highness Cherry Blossom. A fair and graceful lady was a gentleman's desire. The crowd originally thought that they would have a better opportunity to show off in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, to win the heart of a beauty, but Her Highness Cherry Blossom did not seem to be interested in them. She actually wore a helmet all the time and did not even look at them seriously. But 4 years ago, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had taken off her helmet for a man. And now, she had chatted with 2 young masters from the Misty Continent for 6 hours. The contents of the conversation were quickly spread. There were many experts present, those with powerful divine senses secretly probed, but Her Highness Cherry Blossom did not know. Her Highness Cherry Blossom had chatted with 2 young masters from the Misty Continent for 6 hours. They were all talking about one person, one man, Yi Qing Han. In addition to the last time they met Yi Qing Han, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had taken the initiative to take off her helmet. All the young masters felt an indescribable sense of danger. For a moment, the South Mountains continent martial artists surged. They were all indignant. On the mountain peak where the South Mountains continent martial artists were stationed, there were a few simple houses with some simple restrictions set up on them. The spatial divine items in the Soul Emperor Pavilion could not be opened. Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the few girls had no choice but to build these simple houses. At this moment, Her Highness Cherry Blossom was sitting on the windowsill of the wooden house. She looked through the window at the undulating mountain range in the distance. She was silent. Her exquisite face revealed a sweet and noble smile. She sighed and said, "Yi Qing Han, it seems you are quite a character. A man who can make such an outstanding big sister Blue Rain give herself to him is indeed extraordinary." Chapter 9:25. In the Dream Palace, Yi Qing Han was still sitting quietly on the white jade bed. One of his hands was holding the little temptress's soft hand, while the other hand was gently placed on the little temptress's face. He had been sitting like this for 4 years. Oh, after 5 years, Yao Ji woke up on time. Her eyelashes trembled, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. She didn't move at first. She only blinked her eyes and looked at the ceiling for a long time before fully waking up. After 5 years of sleep, her body had completely recovered and her face had regained its rosy color. She swept out with her divine sense and easily saw Yi Qing Han's strange actions. She felt Yi Qing Han's hand on her face and the other hand tightly holding her hand. Yao Ji shyly smiled, her face blushing. Her Fey race was a very mysterious race, or it could be said that they were the masterpiece of the Creator. The Fey race was born with a bewitching bone. They were peerless beauties and also the highest spiritual bodies in the world. Soul stillness was a very heaven-defying state. It could be said that comprehending the 3rd level of soul stillness was the threshold to becoming a soul cultivator. But the Fey race could allow a man to directly enter the 5th level of soul stillness. There weren't many soul cultivators in the divine world, but they weren't few either. It was just that no one could enter the 5th level besides the soul cultivator monarch. Moreover, this monarch had only comprehended the 5th level after becoming a 9th grade soul cultivator. This was why the Fey race was so peerlessly precious. Even the Apocalypse monarch wanted to steal them. It was just that there were too few women in the Fey race. Every time one appeared, it would cause chaos in the divine world. Countless powerhouses would fight and kill each other. Yao Ji was accidentally discovered by the Soul Emperor in the past, and he saved her life. Unfortunately, the Soul Emperor was a devoted person, let alone Yao Ji. Even Lord Devour, who was deeply in love with him, refused at the start. But now, Yi Qing Han had taken advantage of her. Yao Ji could feel that Yi Qing Han's posture was filled with boundless pity for her, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Turning his head slightly, he gazed at Yi Qing Han's handsome and mature face. The smile on his face blossomed like a peony in full bloom. Extremely beautiful. As soon as the enchantress's face moved, Yi Qinghan's hand naturally felt it and woke him up. Seeing the enchantress staring at him, with her eyes wide open and a beautiful smile on her face, Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled as well. "Have you recovered?" Yi Qinghan put his hand on Yao Ji's face and asked with concern. "Yes, our bewitching tribe's body can automatically recover. I'm fine now." The enchantress didn't move and let Yi Qinghan caress her face as she said with a smile, why did it hurt your body so much? Do you have to do this every time?" Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. If every time they intercourse, Yi Qinghan would hurt the enchantress so much, Yi Qinghan would rather not. He didn't like to build his happiness on other people's pain, even though this kind of happiness was truly ecstatic. It has nothing to do with that. The enchantress's face turned slightly red, as if she had turned into a shy little woman. Yi Qinghan also realized that the enchantress seemed to have become more shy than before. However, this made her even cuter. The enchantress paused for a while before saying, "My body is weak because I used 3 drops of enchantress honey. This enchantress honey is something unique to the women of the enchantress tribe. It can increase the speed of your soul by 2 times. You should be able to feel this, right? How's your cultivation going?" "So that's how it is. I've been wondering. Your enchantress honey has such a great effect." Yi Qinghan's brows twitched as he came to a sudden realization. He hurriedly said with joy, "For years ago, I fused the spatial force with the absolute domain. Since then, I have been deducing, verifying, and comprehending. According to my original estimation, it would take me at least 8 years to master it. I didn't expect my comprehension speed to be so fast. Now, the spatial shackle is about to master it. So it's all because of your enchantress honey. So fast." The enchantress was also shocked. Her cherry lips were wide open in disbelief. The reason why she gave Yi Qinghan 3 drops of bewitching charming honey was because she didn't mind sacrificing her body's origin. He was afraid that Yi Qinghan would not be able to reach the 3rd level of the God King realm within 20 years. He didn't expect Yi Qinghan's comprehension speed to be so fast. Even with the help of the 5th level of soul quietude and the bewitching charm honey, it was impossible for him to be this fast, right? Hee, my luck is good. I didn't encounter any bottlenecks along the way." Yi Qinghan casually laughed. Of course, he knew the reason. Because he had 2 souls, his deduction speed increased by more than 3 times. Right now, Yi Qinghan was someone who had gathered all the best in the world. If it was given to someone else to comprehend, even if the average martial artist had an extremely high aptitude, they would still need at least a few dozen years to completely comprehend the high-level profound mysteries from the entry stage to the large success stage. But Yi Qinghan was different. With the 5th level of soul quietude, his comprehension speed was 3 to 4 times faster than others. The bewitching charm honey speed was also 2 times faster. In addition to his freakish 2 souls, his speed increased by more than 3 times. The speed at which he comprehended the laws was nearly 10 times faster than others. It was normal for him to reach the large success stage of spatial shackle within 4 years. Little man, you are indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the Soul Emperor wants to choose you as his successor? The enchantress sighed from the bottom of her heart. Her face revealed a trace of pride. She was proud of Yi Qinghan. Just SOSO, 3rd under the heavens. Yi Qinghan smiled modestly. After reaching the large success stage of spatial shackle, his law realm had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the God King realm. As long as he could enter the entry stage of one more high-level profound mystery, he would reach the 3rd level of the God King realm. That was also the requirement of the Soul Emperor. He suddenly glanced at the little red string on the enchantress's waist and asked curiously, "Enchantress, let me ask you something. Is your bewitching charm honey related to this string?" Yes, the enchantress became even more bashful. She buried her head completely into Yi Qinghan's hand. Her snow-white neck had turned red, and she let out a mosquito-like voice. "Our bewitching charm tribe has to keep our jade artifacts excited so that we can produce a trace of honey. Basically, we can only produce 1 drop of bewitching charm honey every 100 years. This thing is also very helpful for our cultivation. Little man, do you think that our tribe is very perverted?" "Oh, not perverted, but too perverted." Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He was speechless for a long time. He had actually guessed the function of this little red string correctly. It had actually replaced the function of a fake penis. The bewitching charm tribe had been masturbating all year round, and the love fluid produced could actually be refined into the bewitching charm honey that had a heaven-defying effect on cultivation. Fortunately, this thing was dripping into his forehead, and not his mouth. Yi Qinghan's face was completely red. He looked at the little red string that was still constantly twisting, and a violent evil flame emitted from his body. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva before saying, "Enchantress, the 5th level of the soul's silent state has already disappeared for a few days. You see, should we immediately activate this dream palace's advanced function? Cultivation is an important matter. It can't be delayed." Oh, of course, the enchantress understood the hidden meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. She became even more bashful and buried her head in Yi Qinghan's hand, not daring to look at him. After a long time, she finally replied, "Enchantress's body has already recovered. Little man, you do it, okay? But I have a request. This time, you are not allowed to use the bewitching charm honey on me. My cultivation speed is already very fast now, so don't waste your body's origin. Understand?" Seeing the enchantress nod, Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate anymore. He flipped over and started to activate the highest level function of the Dream Palace. Chapter 9:26. After a moment of entanglement, the two embraced to their heart's content. During the intercourse, Yi Qinghan once again entered the 5th level of soul quietness. His soul started to grow again. Yi Qinghan slightly squinted his eyes as he hugged Yao Ji. He was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of ecstasy and was unwilling to wake up. However, he felt a chill on his forehead as 2 drops of ice-cold, fragrant liquid entered his body. Instantly, Yi Qinghan felt his soul speed up again. His eyes widened as he looked at Yao Ji. What entered his eyes was a face filled with a faint blush and a pair of limpid eyes that were filled with affection. However, the blush on her face instantly disappeared. Her face turned as white as snow. The light in her limpid eyes gradually dimmed. She gradually closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. "You silly woman!" Yi Qinghan was enraged. He stood up and roared at Yao Ji. However, Yao Ji did not move. Her eyelashes did not even twitch. Whoosh, whoosh, Yi Qinghan sat down angrily. He was angry and pitiful at the same time. After being stunned for a while, he sat down. He released a strand of god power from his hand and slowly probed Yao Ji's body. He began to inspect her. After inspecting, he found that Yao Ji's bodily functions were very poor. Her veins were withered, and her heartbeat was almost 0. Fortunately, a warm current was constantly emitting from the enchantress's lower body, repairing her body. "You silly woman, silly woman. If you don't listen to me again, I will use the Yi family's spear technique to kill you." Humph. Yi Qinghan cursed in an extremely rude manner. However, his hand was gently caressing Yao Ji's fine black hair. The corners of his mouth revealed a pitiful expression, and his eyes were filled with deep emotions. Looking at Yao Ji, Yi Qinghan felt his mind calm. It was as if this woman had some kind of magical power. She could calm a person's heart. Yi Qinghan once again entered a meditative state. Spatial imprisonment. Yi Qinghan had figured it out 4 years ago. Since he wanted to confine space, he needed spatial power. Spatial power was actually the foundation of every high-level spatial profound mystery. Profound mysteries that don't have the power to fuse with the power of space aren't that powerful. You have a high-grade profound mystery that doesn't even have the power to fuse with the basic power of space. So how could it be that powerful? Actually, Yi Qinghan was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. In truth, the fusion of profound mysteries was divided into order. The order didn't mean that the fusion of spatial power, spatial fluctuations, spatial locking, and spatial stillness would definitely result in the profound mysteries of spatial confinement. If he fused spatial strength and spatial fluctuations into a basic profound mystery, fusing them into spatial lock and spatial stillness, then the final result would definitely not be spatial imprisonment. If the same 4 profound mysteries were fused in a different order, the final result would be a completely different profound mystery. Moreover, the fusion of profound mysteries didn't necessarily have to be done one by one. When 2 elementary-grade profound mysteries were fused together, it would become a high-grade profound mystery, or a middle-grade profound mystery, and a beginner profound mystery. In short, the fusion of profound mysteries was slightly different at the start, but in the end, it could deviate by 1,000 li. Yi Qinghan's luck was quite good. He had originally comprehended the absolute domain of space. This spatial imprisonment was extremely marvelous. One had to comprehend the absolute domain before they could fuse together the power of space. Of course, if Yi Qinghan could fuse space oscillation and the absolute domain together, that would also be a high-grade profound mystery. His comprehension of spatial imprisonment was nearly complete. It was just a step away from perfection. Yi Qinghan relaxed. As long as he could fuse together another high-grade profound mystery, he would succeed. The Soul Emperor's first challenge was already without any suspense. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan had reached large success in the profound mysteries of spatial imprisonment. His boundary of laws had reached the peak of the 2nd level God King realm. In just 5.5 years, he had reached large success in a high-grade profound mystery. If this speed were to spread out, wouldn't it be terrifying to death? Yi Qinghan was also very satisfied with this speed, and his mind was completely relaxed. His soul continued to grow at a rapid pace. According to Yi Qinghan's expectations, it was still growing. There were still 15 years left. Yi Qinghan had full confidence that he would be able to perceive another high-grade profound mystery and break through to the God Emperor realm in a single stroke. Although the profound mysteries of space's striking power wasn't too strong, wasn't the God Emperor realm a completely new boundary? A God Emperor had the power to back it up. And most importantly, Yi Qinghan estimated that after he reached the God Emperor realm, he would be able to instantly release his source strength. Perhaps he might even be able to open the 2nd seal of the Soul Emperor's black stone. In truth, Yi Qinghan always had a vague feeling in his heart, and that was to fuse his absolute domain and space oscillation together. This was because when he watched those 2 people fight, he had a vague feeling in his mind that he should be able to fuse them together. However, what left Yi Qinghan dumbfounded was that even though he had perceived for an entire 2 years, he still couldn't fuse his absolute domain and space oscillation together. He hadn't found the point to fuse them together, as if they were completely unrelated. Moreover, Yi Qinghan felt that when he tried to forcefully fuse them together, they seemed to repel each other, as if they were very resistant to being fused together. Yi Qinghan's stubbornness rose. Originally, if he couldn't fuse them together, Yi Qinghan wouldn't force it. He would only think that he hadn't found the true point to fuse them together, and would look for another high-grade profound mystery to fuse with. Now that he saw them repel each other, Yi Qinghan was unhappy. You don't want to fuse them together. But this young lord wants to find a way to fuse them together, completely unrelated, isn't it? What could be more monstrous than so close, yet worlds apart? This young lord has even fused the profound mysteries of the laws of wind and the profound mysteries of the laws of earth, two completely different types of profound mysteries, together. Not to mention the fact that they are the same type of profound mysteries. You don't want this young lord to fuse them together, but this young lord wants to fuse them together. Yi Qinghan secretly thought in his heart. In any case, he had plenty of time, so he didn't care. He immersed himself in the battle chi of the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth, as if he wouldn't give up until he reached the Yellow River. The result was a tragedy. 5 years passed. When Yao Ji woke up once again, Yi Qinghan still hadn't gained anything. He had 2 souls, and with the help of Soul Quietness Level 5 and Bewitching Charming Honey, the speed at which his soul operated could be said to have reached a monstrous level. He had comprehended for 5 years, but he could actually compare to others who had comprehended for 50 years or even several hundred years. Yet there was still no sign of fusion. This made Yi Qinghan feel a headache. Little man, I see that you aren't in a good mood. Why did you encounter a problem in your cultivation? Tell me, maybe I can give you some advice. After Yi Qinghan woke up, he first asked a few questions out of concern. Then his face darkened, and he scolded Yao Ji. However, Yao Ji giggled and didn't mind. Instead, she noticed the faint worry on Yi Qinghan's brows and changed the topic. As expected, Yi Qinghan became silent because of Yao Ji's words. In the past, he didn't know Yao Ji's strength. Now that his vision was much broader, he could easily tell that Yao Ji's strength was definitely at least 7th grade war god. Now that Yao Ji said this, he was able to express the doubts in his heart that he had pondered for 5 years without any progress. He had always been a little worried that he might have walked onto a fork in the road. If he continued to walk, he might really walk into a dead end. After Yao Ji carefully listened to Yi Qinghan's words, her expression instantly changed. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she cried out in alarm, "Little man, are you crazy? You actually want to fuse such a heaven-defying mystery? In the entire realm of gods, no one has been able to fuse a mystery that no one has been able to in the past billions of years. You actually dare to fuse it?" Chapter 9:27. Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Yao Ji in astonishment. He had just randomly thought of a way to fuse laws. How did it become a heaven-defying profound mystery? Jia Wu didn't discuss with you about the cultivation of laws. When Yao Ji saw Yi Qinghan's incomparably perplexed expression, she couldn't help but pout her small mouth angrily. Amidst her charm, a trace of cuteness appeared, causing Yi Qinghan's heartbeat to accelerate. However, Yao Ji didn't give him the chance. She said seriously, "Have you heard of a high-rank profound of space? No one in the divine realm has ever successfully comprehended a high-rank profound. No one in the divine realm has ever successfully comprehended a high-rank profound." Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Then he suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "Eternal space?" Eternal space. Yi Qinghan had heard of this profound many times. One of the conditions to leave the sealed valley of the gods was to comprehend eternal space. No one in the divine realm had ever successfully comprehended this profound in billions of years. This was also one of the greatest legends in the divine realm. For billions of years, there were countless geniuses in the divine realm. There were also many who cultivated the law of space, but no one had ever succeeded in comprehending it. This was the only type of profound mystery known to exist in the god realm, a mystery that could not be comprehended despite knowing of its existence. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Ji hesitantly and asked doubtfully, "You mean that my thought process is the same as the thought process of comprehending eternal space, but no one has ever successfully comprehended such a high-rank profound before? How can you be so sure?" "It's not that I'm sure. This is a common sense that all the powerful families in the divine realm know." Yao Ji smiled and explained, "The law of space is a very mysterious law. Elementary and mid-rank profound mysteries are no different from the profound mysteries of other systems. But there is one strange thing about high-rank profound mysteries. Every high-rank profound mystery must be fused with the fundamental mysteries of the power of space. Otherwise, the fusion will never succeed." Yao Ji paused and continued, "This phenomenon has aroused the interest of countless experts in the divine realm, especially experts in space. This is because the other supreme laws, elemental laws, and even special laws have never encountered such a strange phenomenon. But after many years of research, they still can't figure it out. No matter how you fuse it, as long as you don't fuse it with the power of space, you definitely won't be able to fuse it. Tens of millions of years ago, a genius appeared in the law of space. He wholeheartedly studied the law of space and achieved the highest achievement in history, a space supremacy, and a high-level supremacy at that. Even after he became a venerable one, he still devoted himself to research. He swore that he would figure out the reason behind this strange thing. But even when his lifespan was nearing its end, he still hadn't figured it out. But before he died, he had tossed out a shocking theory, the laws of space. Apart from the power of space, the other four fundamental laws, no matter how they were fused, would ultimately become a high-level profound mystery of space. Space eternity. Furthermore, if someone manages to fuse it, any divine king martial artist can rely on this profound mystery to suppress all supremacies. This was the theory that the strongest expert in the history of the law of space had researched for millions of years. Naturally, the immortal realm was in an uproar. Although no one believed that a god-king martial artist could suppress all the venerables with just a high-rank spatial profound mystery, the profound mystery of eternal space was famous. This was the only profound mystery of a law that no one in the god world had ever successfully comprehended. Just this point alone was enough for the name of this profound mystery to spread throughout the god world. But after so many years, no one was able to research it. This became one of the unsolvable riddles of the god world. But Yi Qinghan thought of another aspect and asked in surprise, regardless of the sequence or the fusion method, if these four fundamental profound mysteries are successfully fused, they will all become space eternity. Although I don't understand the laws of space, after that venerable space, there were several other spatial powerhouses who continued researching for hundreds of years and finally came to the same conclusion. Of course, these are all theories deduced from imagination. After all, no one has ever successfully comprehended it before. Little man, you'd better change your train of thought. Others can't comprehend it, so you can imagine how strange this profound mystery is. The enchantress said seriously with a solemn look on her face. The only person to walk into the 8th level in so many years. If he was killed just like this, then she would have to continue waiting here, waiting for the next quasi-master to arrive. She could not walk out and see the dazzling world outside. It was also possible that besides Yi Qinghan, no one else would be able to enter. Her lifespan would exhaust itself, and she would die of old age here. On the other hand, she also had a faint feeling towards Yi Qinghan. Although this feeling originated from the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, it could be said that she saw the shadow of the Soul Emperor in Yi Qinghan. Or, It could be said that Yi Qinghan had a unique temperament that attracted her. Of course, Yi Qinghan was her first man, and he held a certain position in her heart. All sorts of emotions twisted together. Her feelings towards Yi Qinghan were extremely complex, and she was incomparably concerned about Yi Qinghan. This space eternity is very strange. With Yao Ji's explanation, Yi Qinghan completely believed her. Moreover, he also faintly approved of what that venerable space had researched. Because he had fused with it for 5 years, he was well aware of just how strange this thing was. Because for other profound mysteries, if one couldn't fuse with them, at most one wouldn't be able to find the entrance to fuse with them. But this kind of profound mysteries seemed to reject each other. Yi Qinghan even felt that the power of space was like a woman, while the other 4 profound mysteries were pure men. Any 3 profound mysteries could be fused with the power of space. Because of the existence of the power of space, there wouldn't be any problems if they were harmonized in the middle. But if the power of space was missing and the woman was missing, then 4 men would be at odds with each other, and they would reject each other. What do I do? After comprehending for 5 years, throw him away and start all over again. Yi Qinghan was at a loss. He had originally planned on being stubborn to the end. He had even comprehended the most abnormal profound of the divine realm. So close, yet worlds apart. So how could he not be able to comprehend this trivial and ordinary profound? But now it seemed that the difficulty of comprehending this profound was no less than so close, yet worlds apart. It was just as abnormal. Little man, give up. You're already very outstanding. In another 10 years, you'll definitely be able to comprehend another high-level profound of space. Don't be discouraged. As he was muttering to himself, he realized that a hot and delicate body had already pressed against him. The smooth and creamy skin made him moan in comfort. A pair of soft and plump peaks pressed tightly against his back, gently rubbing against it, causing his entire body to tremble. Then, a soft hand quietly reached over and grabbed his god artifact that had already stood erect. Then, the hand gently kneaded it and started to play with it. Only then did Yi Qinghan realize that the last time he had entered a meditative state, he had actually been completely naked. After Yao Ji had woken up, he had been preoccupied with something, so he hadn't paid it any mind when he was chatting with her. At that moment, he turned around and carried Yao Ji's body horizontally. Then, he flipped her over so that her 2 snow-white and perky buttocks were facing him. He stretched out his large hand and forcefully slapped it down. He said fiercely, "This is the consequence of your disobedience. If you still dare to use the bewitching honey next time, see if this young master will use my ancestral Yi family spear technique to whip you to death." He. Yao Ji turned her head and smiled lightly at Yi Qinghan. Her pair of limpid eyes were full of provocation and disbelief. Yi Qinghan became even more furious when he saw this. With a flip, he lifted Yao Ji up and pressed her against the wall. Then he grabbed her perky buttocks with both hands, raised his divine tool, and fiercely pierced it. Chapter 9:28. Yi Qinghan's Yi family's spear skills were powerful, but who was the Yao Ji? Even though she was beaten to death, she would never surrender. Although she almost fainted at the last moment, she took the chance when Yi Qinghan wasn't paying attention to drop a drop of bewitching honey, which made Yi Qinghan love and hate her at the same time. This time, the Yao Ji fainted even more thoroughly. She didn't even cover herself with a veil, and just fell on the white jade bed. Yi Qinghan hugged her tightly, covered her with a veil, and then closed his eyes to meditate, like a pair of lovers sleeping in each other's arms. Once again meditating, Yi Qinghan was confused. What to do? Give up or continue? This was a difficult choice. On one hand, This profound mystery was difficult to fuse, or even impossible to fuse. After all, for tens of millions of years, so many experts had tried to comprehend it, and none had succeeded. Yi Qinghan didn't think he could surpass all the ancestors. Most importantly, he didn't have time. There were only 10 years left. If he still couldn't fuse it, he would fail the challenge, and he would die. On the other hand, with Yi Qinghan's personality, he always became stronger when he met strong opponents. He wasn't someone who easily lowered his head. Back then, when he faced Venerable Evil Moon, he never retreated. Unless it was like when he entered the mysterious spirit cave abode for the first time and had no way to deal with the void-gouging beast. He would choose to self-destruct. As long as there was a chance, he would never give up. But now, the Yao Ji wanted him to give up? Change himself. How should he choose? No, I won't give up. I want to continue comprehending the eternity of space. Yi Qinghan instantly made a decision. He would never give up, and he chose to continue comprehending this heaven-defying, profound mystery. His mind turned, and the scene in front of Yi Qinghan changed. He hurriedly watched the battle between the two spatial experts. If the Yao Ji knew, she would definitely jump up and curse. Even if Lord Devour knew, he would scold Yi Qinghan for being stubborn and stupid. Actually, Yi Qinghan knew that he was neither stubborn nor stupid. He was a person who paid particular attention to his thoughts. If his thoughts were not clear, he would not be happy, and his heart would not be at peace. If Yi Qinghan gave up on comprehending the eternity of space, there would be a knot in his heart. With the existence of this knot, the speed at which he comprehended the laws was very slow, and it was even possible that he would not make any progress at all. Since it was a dead end, why not let his heart feel better? A quick death. Secondly, Yi Qinghan believed that since he could fuse with so near, yet worlds apart, could he really not fuse with eternal space? The ancients couldn't fuse, but it didn't mean that he, Yi Qinghan, couldn't fuse. Who in the ancients had two souls. The third point was also the reason why Yi Qinghan made up his mind, because he suddenly remembered that in the previous battle, the black-clothed man seemed to have tried to use this profound mystery. In other words, it was the kind of profound mystery that Yi Qinghan felt. It was a strange, profound mystery that seemed to have 5 basic mysteries within it. Looking at the situation, this was probably an attempt by this spatial powerhouse. This profound mystery hadn't been completely fused, or it could be said that it was just a deduction and a simulation. However, Yi Qinghan felt a trace of inspiration. Therefore, he hurriedly watched the battle simulation, hoping that it would give him some real inspiration. He repeatedly replayed the scene of the profound mystery that the black-clothed man had released. That was the black-clothed man waving his sword. As the sword waved, the surrounding space began to tremble, and spatial power gathered towards him from all directions. Immediately after, space seemed to stop for a moment. Finally, a spatial fluctuation was emitted, but the surrounding space seemed to be locked. This move was very powerful because the surrounding space was condensing an incomparably powerful force. This force hadn't been completely condensed, but the pressure it emitted was enough to make one's heart palpitate. However, this sword waved halfway, and then it could no longer slash down. The force in the air also gradually dissipated. This profound mystery was very strange. One could even say that it was very contradictory. This was because Yi Qinghan had watched it many times and confirmed that this profound mystery contained 5 basic mysteries. However, it was obvious that this profound mystery hadn't been successfully fused. Of course, this was normal. If the fusion had been successful, then it would have been the ultimate profound mystery. And among powerhouses of spatial laws, there were no rank 9 invincible powerhouses. After watching for a long time, Yi Qinghan understood that this was a law that hadn't been successfully fused. Or perhaps this was a law that had gone astray, walked into a dead end, and could never be successfully fused. However, Yi Qinghan didn't want to comprehend this kind of law. Instead, he wanted to draw on some experience to inspire himself and fuse space eternity. This kind of profound mystery is obviously walking the path of space eternity. It's just that this powerhouse also felt that these four basic mysteries were mutually repelling each other. Then he probably wanted to forcefully borrow the power of space to fuse these four kinds of profound mysteries, and then separate the power of space. Therefore, within this law, I can feel a trace of space power, but it's not obvious. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan got a hint of this powerhouse's train of thought. There were 4 bachelor sons at home who weren't united, so old dad rented a woman and let the 4 of them be united first. After fusing, this woman would be sent away. This was a good train of thought, but it was obvious that this path was wrong. Therefore, he concluded that the space eternity profound mystery could not be interfered with by space power. Yi Qinghan sank into deep thought. He had more or less figured out the principle of space eternity, but the only problem was that the 4 basic mysteries would not repel each other. What he needed to do was to make the 4 foundational profound mysteries not repel each other. First, he had to make them more obedient. That way, he would be able to find their point of convergence and successfully fuse them together. Time passed. Yi Qinghan didn't even look back, walking into a path of no return. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Yi Qinghan was still deep in enlightenment. Even after the enchantress woke up, Yi Qinghan still didn't wake up. He directly went into seclusion. If he didn't fuse space eternity into his first step, then he would die. The enchantress didn't know what Yi Qinghan was comprehending. She thought that he was at a critical point in his fusion, so she couldn't leave seclusion. After waiting for several days, Yi Qinghan still didn't wake up. Finally, the enchantress had no other choice. She glared at Yi Qinghan. Then, her face was flushed red. She straightened Yi Qinghan's body and groped about, waiting for the divine tool to harden. Only then did she shyly stand up. She spread her legs, lifted her buttocks, and gently sat down. Yi Qinghan was still deep in seclusion. He didn't know that he had been forcefully taken by someone. The enchantress's perfect figure twisted and swayed back and forth on his body. Although she was incomparably shy, she seemed to be very happy, as if there was the feeling of a woman turning over and being in charge. After a long time, a boiling hot liquid wildly sprayed out. The enchantress shivered. Like a dead dog, she lay on top of Yi Qinghan's body. Looking at Yi Qinghan's faintly furrowed eyebrows, the enchantress clenched her teeth. She took out the little remaining bewitching honey in her body, and besides what she needed to restore her body, she gave all of it to Yi Qinghan. These were the last 5 years. If Yi Qinghan didn't succeed, then he would be blasted into dregs by the spells that the Soul Emperor had laid down. The enchantress had no other choice. She could only do her best to help him. "Little man, you must succeed." The enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately. Then, just like that, she lay on Yi Qinghan's body and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't seem to mind at all. Behind her, her 2 snow-white and perky buttocks stood up in the wind. Chapter 9:29. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Motherf asterisk cur. It's all wrong. Can these 4 laws really not be fused? Yi Qinghan was still lying quietly on the white jade bed, not moving at all, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. However, his 2 souls were soundless roaring in anger. Soul quietness 5th level. 2 souls bewitching honey. The speed at which Yi Qinghan's soul revolved reached a horrifying level. Even a top-notch figure could not compare to even 1/10 of his. That was to say, comprehending for a year now was at least 10 years better than others. if one's talent was not good, and their soul was not strong. Even 100 years was possible, but he had comprehended for a full 13 years and did not even cross the threshold of fusing a high-grade profound mystery. This was still under the premise that there was a battle simulation to watch. Such a good opportunity, it could be said that all the benefits in the world were given to him, but he did not have any results at all. These years he had tried countless methods, and it was unknown how many hundreds of millions of his brain cells had died. But those 4 types of basic profound mysteries were like 4 bowls, stubbornly not daring to fuse. The temptress disregarded her body's essence energy and gave him so much bewitching honey. It seemed like it was all going to be wasted. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan became even more anxious in his heart. There were only 2 years left. The restriction above his head would come crashing down at that time and blast him into dregs. This treasure hunt would be throwing away his life. Although he was anxious, Yi Qinghan did not regret it. Since he chose this path back then, he had long put life and death out of his mind. In fact, Yi Qinghan also wanted to take a gamble, because tens of millions of years ago, that sovereign said that by comprehending this space eternity, a divine king martial artist could rely on the power of space eternity to suppress a sovereign. Although Yi Qinghan maintained a skeptical attitude towards this sentence, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Once this space eternity was comprehended, his strength would absolutely multiply by several times. This feeling came somewhat baffling, but Yi Qinghan finally chose to follow his feelings. Yi Qinghan felt his heart becoming increasingly chaotic if he continued letting his imagination run wild. Not only would it not be of any use, he would even suffer from qi deviation. He decisively opened his eyes and gave up on comprehending. Yi Qinghan didn't move. He just stared at Yao Ji's beautiful face up close and smelled the faint fragrance from her body. He felt his heart become empty. The enchantress was a very charming woman. Her entire body was filled with this kind of feeling, and even her bones had this kind of aura. This was the best stunner that the heavens had given to men. If it was just their bodies, the women of the bewitching demon clan could be said to be unparalleled in the world. However, at this moment, the enchantress was sleeping quietly. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, there was no trace of seduction. On the contrary, she gave off the feeling of a delicate little woman, a little woman that could make any man feel pity for her. Yi Qinghan did not move. His brain had been working at high speed for more than 10 years. At this moment, it was rare for him to be at peace. He wanted to take a good rest. His mind began to wander aimlessly. He wanted to let go of his thoughts and relax. He recalled the first time he had met the enchantress. At that time, he had still been a puny sage realm martialist. Although he had seen countless beautiful women, he had still been shocked by the enchantress's goddess-like aura. At that time, the enchantress had been high and mighty, just like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Although Yi Qinghan liked to tease her, he actually felt a little inferior in his heart. He thought that he would never have the chance to get intimate with her. He didn't expect that his dream would come true. At this moment, he felt like he was in a dream. If not for that drop of bewitching honey of mine, do you really think you could have fused with the absolute domain in 7 years? At the thought of the enchantress's words, Yi Qinghan was filled with an inexplicable sense of gratitude towards the woman before him. If not for the enchantress's bewitching honey, he might not have been able to realize the absolute domain. When he left, he would probably have been killed by Master God Slaughter. It could be said that the enchantress had saved his life. Without the absolute domain, even if he had Xiao Hei's soul devourer, he would not have been able to get close to Master God Slaughter. He could not even move his body. What was the use of the soul devourer then? What a powerful will! Yi Qinghan recalled the scene when Master God Slaughter had released his lord's will. The space power of the entire flame dragon continent was under his control. That kind of overwhelming power was enough to shake people's hearts. Then he recalled the scene outside the flame dragon city, where Lord Devour had turned into a giant hand and used the space power everywhere to crush white-browed Venerable. He couldn't help but sigh. The power of this will was really strong. No matter how strong an expert was, how could he resist the power of heaven and earth? No. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened wide, his body trembled, and he jumped up. A beam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes, and his pupils actually dilated and contracted as if he was convulsing in shock. However, he didn't know that he wasn't wearing anything. As he moved violently, the deep-fried dough stick and 2 eggs were swaying in the fierce wind. The will is using the space power to oppress the enemy. Then, can I understand that the will is actually a space law, a supreme law of space? In other words, I can observe the will to comprehend the space law? Yi Qinghan didn't care. As if he had lost his mind, he walked back and forth on the white jade bed while mumbling. The more he talked, the brighter his eyes became. He became more excited, and the 2 eggs shook harder. It's like this. I'm right. I'm right. Yi Qinghan suddenly sat down on the white jade bed. He didn't look at Yao Ji. He started to watch the simulated battle. However, this time, his opponents had changed. It was a battle between 2 lord experts with wills. The scene around changed instantly. The 2 experts stood proudly in the sky. As they swung their hands, the earth and heaven shook, and the clouds moved. The space power from everywhere roared and suppressed everything. Yi Qinghan's face was calm, but his pair of pure black eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan watched for 3 whole months. He didn't even blink, and his eyes shone brightly. The 2 souls in his mind spun at high speed. They watched while making deductions and verifying each other. After half a year, Yi Qinghan suddenly closed his eyes, and the scene in front of him disappeared. He sat cross-legged on the white jade bed, naked. Not only did he not look obscene, but he also looked like an enlightened monk. His body unexpectedly emitted a golden light. The light became brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire illusory palace. If an ordinary person saw Yi Qinghan at this moment, they would definitely worship him and think that an ancient god had descended. Under the light, Yao Ji's complexion quickly improved. Her furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. Her entire face actually revealed a comfortable and sweet smile in her deep sleep. It was as if she was very comfortable under the light and very much enjoyed it. One day later, Yao Ji suddenly opened her eyes and stared blankly for a moment. Her limpid eyes suddenly widened and were filled with disbelief. This time, she had given Yi Qinghan more bewitching honey than the first time. Thus, even if she had 5 years, it would be impossible for her to fully recover. But now, in less than 4 years, she had actually completely recovered and woke up on her own. She swept out with her divine sense and was even more surprised. This was because she saw that Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged on the large bed, meditating in seclusion. However, his body was emitting a golden light, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. His entire body emitted a kind of pressure that couldn't be approached and couldn't be resisted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, a faint sound of thunder rang out. After Yao Ji heard this sound, her body shook and her complexion completely changed. She waved her hand and controlled the restrictions to sense the situation outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As a result, her eyes were filled with horror. Her jade-like hand covered her mouth as she looked at Yi Qinghan, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 9:30. The divine world was different from the material plane. There were no thunderstorms. But just now, in the skies outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there was a sudden clap of thunder. This thunder god was very large. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion had a soundproofing spell, there was still the faint sound of thunder. It was clear just how loud and violent this thunder was. Everyone on Soul Emperor Island was frightened. On Soul Emperor Island, the truth was that there weren't many people left. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion had unexpectedly opened and attracted countless martial artists, 3 months of time was simply too short. Many martial artists weren't fast, and by the time they arrived, the doors had already closed. They could only return in embarrassment. Of course, there was still a group of people lingering here, such as Little Firework and Li Shui. Little Firework and Li Shui had sneaked here. Before the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, Lord Devour and Misty Sovereign had ordered the families to arrange their people. They didn't know. At that time, Little Firework was a guest in Dripping Water Pavilion. By the time they knew, the Misty Continent's army had already departed. After the two knew, they sneaked into the teleport formation and went to Soul Emperor Island. As soon as they left, Venerable Li Quan and Lei Jun were anxious. Dripping Spring City and Flame Dragon City immediately sent experts to chase after them. Lei Quan was even more frightened. The Lei family also sent a group to chase after them. It was just that the teleportation array's teleportation speed was very fast. Everyone chased all the way, but they still couldn't see Li Shui, and Little Smoke's figures. Finally, when they reached Soul Emperor Island, they finally saw them. Li Shui, and Little Smoke were staring at the tightly shut doors of Soul Emperor Pavilion in a daze. Although Li Shui, and Little Firework's teleport was fast, they needed to cross the sea from the Blood Knight continent to Soul Emperor Island. Their strength wasn't high, and they didn't dare to take the risk, so they flew directly to Soul Emperor Island. Thus, they posted a mission in the War God Pavilion to send the War God Guards. They didn't expect that they would be too late. The doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were already closed. It was smooth on the way here, but it was troublesome to go back. First, Li Shui, and Little Firework were stubborn. They decided to wait 1,000 years in the Soul Emperor Pavilion to see Yi Qinghan and Xiao He before returning. Flame Dragon City was Lei Jun's subordinate. They didn't dare to disobey her. Although the Lei family had a young master, Little Firework had Lei Kuang's support. She wasn't the orphan that could be bullied. Therefore, he didn't dare to forcefully kidnap Little Firework back. Li Shui, Heir's temper was very bad. This time, Li He wasn't around, so Li Bai and the others brought people to chase after her. Although these people were elders in Dripping Springs City, they didn't dare to go against Li Shui, Heir's wishes. The second reason was that they wanted to leave, but at this moment, they didn't dare to. Soul Emperor Island was quickly surrounded by the Star Army. Not even a fly could escape. There were also more than 30 supremacies hiding in the dragon boats outside Soul Emperor Island. They couldn't fight on the Soul Emperor Island, but they could fight on the outside. 1,000 years wasn't a long time. Li Tian had already made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Yi Qinghan in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, then he would trap Yi Qinghan in the Soul Emperor Island. If he dared to step out of Soul Arch Island, he would definitely die. Soul Emperor Island was part of the Star Sea. It was understandable that the Star Army surrounded this place. Moreover, it wasn't that they didn't allow martial artists to enter and exit this place, they just strictly inspected it. Ordinary martial artists of the Misty Continent could leave at will. However, the Li family and Lei family didn't dare to leave. They didn't dare to gamble. This was because the relationship between Li Shui, and Little Firework and Yi Qinghan was too ambiguous. What if they were captured by the Star Army? Everyone was also worried about this. They prepared to leave with the Misty Continent's army after 1,000 years. At that time, the Star Army probably wouldn't have the guts to keep everyone from the Misty Continent. Of course, at this moment, on Soul Emperor Island, it wasn't just little firework. Li Shui, and Lei family's young master Lei Ming who brought nearly 100 martial artists. There were still many martial artists who hadn't returned. Anyway, they could cultivate anywhere. This Soul Emperor Island's heaven and earth essence energy was richer than other places. At this moment, it was still a challenge period. The 8 guarding supremacies didn't chase them away. They could also cultivate here and watch the show. At this moment, there were nearly 10,000 martial artists on Soul Emperor Island. Of course, there were even more martial artists outside Soul Emperor Island. Just the Star Army alone had millions of people. Moreover, all of them were emperor gods. Rumble! Today, millions of people had witnessed something that shocked them. It also made the martial artists who stayed behind feel that it was the right decision to stay. Above Soul Emperor Island, there was a sudden clap of thunder. This clap of thunder was ferocious. The deafening sound of thunder echoed for millions of miles. Even the martial artists from the South Mountain Continent and the Blood Knight Continent, the 2 prefectures closest to Soul Emperor Island, felt it. The strangest thing was that this divine thunder only had the sound of thunder. There was no lightning. Besides the clap of thunder, colorful, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky from all directions. The heaven and earth essence energy on the entire Soul Emperor Island was extremely rich at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. Outside Soul Emperor Island, countless dragon boats opened their shields. Figures flew out from inside. In an instant, countless figures appeared in the sky. These were the hidden supremacies. In the face of such a phenomenon, they were so shocked that they couldn't care less about hiding. Creak. The wooden houses on Soul Emperor Island were opened. These were simple temporary houses. Many martial artists who were in seclusion on Soul Emperor Island were awakened at the same time. The 8 guarding supremacies of Soul Emperor Island were also stunned, but the 8 of them didn't move. They just looked at the colorful, auspicious clouds in the sky in astonishment. Uncle Feng Chi, what happened? Little Firework had already rushed out of her small room. Her delicate and flawless face was full of surprise as she looked at Feng Chi, who was guarding beside her. In the room next to her, Li Shui, and Lei family's young master, Lei Ming, also came out. Everyone looked at the sky and finally at Feng Chi, waiting for him to dispel their doubts. Feng Chi was the strongest here. He was at the peak of rank 6. It was said that he had recently realized something and was about to break through to rank 7. Feng Chi's face was solemn, but there was a trace of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. He waved his hand to release a shield and said, I don't know the specifics, but you should know that before Miss Shui's coming-of-age ceremony, there was a phenomenon in Dripping Springs City, right? I remember. But Senior Feng Chi, this phenomenon is different from that one. At that time, there was a huge thunderbolt. It scared me to death. Li Shui's face revealed a lingering fear. At that time, let alone her, all the martial artists in Dripping Springs City were shocked. The God realm doesn't need a material plane. Feng Chi nodded, but his voice was even lower as he said, When Mayor Lei and Empress Yu were talking, I listened in. It is said that Lady Jia Wu said something in the city. This phenomenon occurs because someone has comprehended a very special mystery, an incomparably profound mystery. It has shocked the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth have given their affirmation, bestowing source energy. Or perhaps someone has broken through to the peak of rank 9. Oh, everyone sighed. This was something that only powerful supremacies knew about. Of course, it shocked them. Little Firework's eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out, "Do you think it is because of Big Brother Yi?" Chapter 931. Actually, those who were familiar with Yi Qinghan were guessing if the heaven and earth phenomenon in Dripping Spring City was triggered by Yi Qinghan in the past, because Yi Qinghan had killed Paragon Flying Snow at the God King realm. Others could not help but suspect if he possessed the origin source energy. Of course, those who were familiar with Yi Qinghan would not reveal this matter. Furthermore, many of them were not so sure, because it was highly possible that Lord Devour had given Yi Qinghan some treasures or something. But now, another heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, and the 8th level had been opened. Yi Qinghan was present at both times. Such heaven and earth phenomena were usually triggered when someone comprehended a unique, profound mystery. Those who could comprehend unique, profound mysteries were all weirdos. But who was weirder than Yi Qinghan in the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Yi Qinghan was able to use the Slaughter God Saber to unseal the Sealed God Valley for 1,000,000 years. He relied on his God King strength to toy with the 10 billion star army in the palm of his hand, and even killed Paragon Flying Snow. Yi Qinghan could be said to be the weirdest genius in the divine realm in 1,000,000 years. Little Firework, Li Shui Air, Feng Qi, and others who were familiar with Yi Qinghan became excited. The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. Lei Ming revealed a sneer by the side. But since everyone was like this, he did not want to make any noise. Nevertheless, what made everyone puzzled was that this 7-colored, auspicious cloud only gathered for a while before dispersing rapidly. It disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, there was no violet lightning, and no other heaven and earth phenomenon occurred. The law of the world did not bestow any origin source energy, nor did it bestow willpower. Many paragons were puzzled. What was the law of the world playing at? Many paragons had seen such heaven and earth phenomena before, because they would sense it the moment it appeared. Many heaven and earth phenomena had appeared in the divine realm, and many of them had sensed it. Some paragons had even gone to the scene. When paragons had a huge breakthrough, they would produce a heaven and earth phenomenon, and the world would bestow them with origin source energy. For instance, Li Kong and the number 1 paragon below, Misty Monarch. Back then, when he became a superior grade venerable, he triggered an abnormal phenomenon. Another possibility was that when someone broke through to the 9th level, the phenomenon would be even more obvious, and half of the immortal world would be shaken. Every time there was an anomaly, a bolt of divine lightning would descend, but this time there was none. Furthermore, the speed at which the phenomenon dissipated this time was very fast. In just a moment, the colorful, auspicious clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear once again. Many supreme experts became incomparably confused. Could it be that they sensed wrongly? Otherwise, why would it be different from before? And it dispersed so quickly? The 8 martial highnesses took out their communication jade talismans simultaneously and transmitted the message. Although the phenomenon this time was very strange, it was still better to report it to the sovereign. However, the Starseed Venerable sent a message to Venerable Voidplow. Pay close attention to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Once the 9th floor opens, we must immediately send a message. What puzzled the 7 venerables was that, apart from the Stellar Sea, the other 7 sovereigns immediately sent a message over. The meaning was more or less the same, emphasizing the 9 levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Li Kong's reply was much simpler, only indicating that he understood. Of course, Li Kong also sent a message to the supreme experts outside the Soul Emperor Island, asking them to pay close attention to the surroundings and be more cautious. After a period of chaos, the Soul Emperor Island regained its peace once again. Although countless people were discussing in secret, no one knew what had happened. and in the end, nothing was settled. The outside of the Soul Emperor Pavilion regained its peace, but the inside of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still incomparably bustling. The 6th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was even more bustling. That thunder was heard by everyone. The various legions were all roused, thinking that the entrance to the next level of the 6th level had opened. All of them rushed out from their encampments in all directions, searching for the entrance to the next level. The terrain of the 6th level was very wide and very complicated. Even if 10,000 people were to search separately, it would still require a few days to complete the search. The various legions searched separately for a full half a month, turning the 6th level upside down once again. In the end, they still could not find the entrance to the next level. After confirming that there was no entrance, all the legion leaders' faces turned gloomy, especially His Highness Letion, who was incomparably furious. Of course, the only ones who were overjoyed were the martial artists of the floating mist continent. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had a strange change. At least, this thunder was a strange change in everyone's ears. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had a strange change, but this level did not have any changes from before. What did this mean? It meant that other areas of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had a strange change. The most likely possibility was that someone entered the 8th level. All the famous martial artists of the various continents' younger generation were here. Many descendants of some reclusive monarchs and some reclusive family clans were also here. But there was one person who was clearly not inside, Yi Qinghan. Although His Highness Cherry Blossom gave the order to strictly prohibit the matter of encountering Yi Qinghan from leaking out, his subordinates were too many. However, he had too many subordinates, and this matter was still leaked out. Yi Qinghan had entered the 6th level earlier than the South Ridge continent's martial artists, but he was not in the 6th level now. Where did he go? He went to the 8th level. This possibility was very high. In addition, Yi Qinghan possessed the Soul Emperor's keepsake. This possibility was even higher. Boom! At the Stardust Navy Regiment's encampment, Letion punched the mountain peak fiercely. The violent divine power broke a row of ancient trees in front of him. Mud flew everywhere, and light flashed, making Letion's face look even uglier. Your Highness, please calm down. A martial artist wearing the war god's robe beside him hurriedly said fearfully, "Our current plan is to ally with the martial artists of the other continents. Otherwise, after Yi Qinghan obtains the treasure, he might attack us." That's right, Your Highness. If Yi Qinghan were to obtain that heaven-defying treasure of the Soul Emperors, then given how freakish his strength was in the past, it's likely that none of us here would be his match. Another guard said worriedly, although the 12 of them were experts in joint attacks, and their combined strength could resist a 6th-grade war god, they had no choice but to consider their escape route. If Letion was killed, not only would all of them die, but their families would also be implicated. All right, all of you follow me to visit the leaders of the other legions. Although Letion was enraged, he wouldn't lose his rationality. The current plan was to ally with all the forces that could be allied to protect themselves first, then slowly plan. The Soul Emperor Island was surrounded by the Stellar Sea's supremacies. Where could Yi Qinghan run to? Yi Qinghan possessed a rare treasure, and everyone came for it, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure. Right now, Yi Qinghan might have the upper hand. Many of the leaders and famous young masters of the continent understood this point. If they joined forces, they would at least be undefeatable. Letion visited them one by one and made many empty promises. To Letion's surprise, many of the Legion leaders immediately agreed to form an alliance and advance and retreat together. However, what surprised Letion was the South Mountain continents, Her Highness Cherry Blossom actually ignored the objections of her subordinates and announced an alliance with the floating continent's martial artists. What Li Tian couldn't understand was that the direct descendant of the hidden monarch also announced an alliance with the floating continent's legion, advancing and retreating together. The atmosphere on the 6th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion gradually became tense, and it felt as though a storm was brewing. Of course, as long as nothing unexpected happened, and many things weren't confirmed, the two sides wouldn't go to war yet. However, as long as a spark was dropped, the 6th floor would immediately erupt into a chaotic battle, and blood would flow like a river. Chapter 932. Why is there a worldly phenomenon? What did this little man realize? In the dream palace, Yao Ji looked at the ancient godlike Yi Qing Han, her face filled with astonishment. The worldly phenomenon above Soul Emperor Island, in addition to the phenomenon that appeared on Yi Qing Han's body, Yao Ji did not need to think to know that this worldly phenomenon was caused by Yi Qing Han. Yao Ji's limpid eyes turned several times. She suddenly thought of something and murmured in surprise, "Heavens, could it be space eternity? This little man has really fused space eternity into the basics." The more Yao Ji thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. This was because 10 years ago, Yi Qing Han had been trying to fuse this heaven-defying, profound mystery. And tens of millions of years ago, Supremacy Void Space had also said that once space eternity was fused, it could suppress supremacies. After so many years, no one had been able to fuse this profound mystery. This meant that this profound mystery was truly heaven-defying. It made sense that the worldly laws gave birth to this phenomenon this little man hasn't even cultivated for 100 years, right? This talent, this perception, if he can successfully fuse them, he will definitely become the #1 peerless genius in the divine realm for billions of years. Yao Ji revealed an intoxicating smile. She looked at Yi Qing Han, wishing she could hug him tightly and have 300 rounds with him. No matter what woman, no matter how strong she was, when her man became strong and accomplished, she would always feel incomparably happy and excited. Yi Qing Han knew nothing about the outside world. At this moment, he was very excited. This was because he felt that he had found a point of convergence for these 4 profound mysteries. There was a high chance that he could fuse them. As his thoughts ran wild, he suddenly had an idea. He wanted to use his will to perceive space, eternity. In the end, he really did realize a trace of truth. Or, rather, he found a way to fuse them. He repeatedly looked at the form of will release and discovered something very strange. Will was actually the power of space. Using the power of space to suppress the enemy. How could a martial artist easily resist the power of the heavens and earth? As Yi Qing Han looked at the form of will release, he discovered that the will did not contain the basic mysteries of the power of space. Instead, he saw 4 basic mysteries: space fluctuation, space lock, space stillness, and space oscillation. This was a very strange thing. Will represented the power of space, but there were no mysteries of the power of space in it. After further observation, Yi Qing Han came to another conclusion. The will indeed did not contain the profound mysteries of space force. Space locking and the other 3 profound mysteries combined and intertwined with each other to form a powerful space force. It had become a will. In other words, when the 4 profound mysteries interacted with each other, they would create a powerful spatial energy, forming will, forming spatial oppression. Yi Qing Han could not figure out why such a phenomenon would occur. Yi Qing Han even felt that the theory he comprehended was wrong. Without the profound mysteries of space force, how could it form such a powerful space force in the end? This was contradictory and didn't make sense at all. But this didn't stop Yi Qing Han from using the principles of will release, spatial ripples, and the other 4 profound mysteries to fuse with his own eternal profound mysteries of space. This was because Will and Space Eternity had one thing in common. They both didn't have the profound mystery of space, but they had the other four profound mysteries. If the four profound mysteries of spatial ripples were forcefully fused together, they would repel and resist each other. But the method of combining these four profound mysteries within his will was completely different. He didn't allow the four profound mysteries to fuse together. Instead, he used them separately, affecting each other and connecting them through spatial ripples. In truth, this caused Yi Qinghan to be somewhat puzzled. This method of combining was somewhat similar to an absolute domain. Space locking and space ripples were released one after another, followed by spatial stillness. Like a link, the spatial ripples and spatial ripples were fused together, finally forming an absolute domain. But now, the spatial ripples were used as a link, and the other three profound mysteries were released simultaneously. Then, through spatial ripples, the other three profound mysteries interwove together, resonating with each other and finally triggering an indescribable power. Was this space eternity? These four profound mysteries were like four people preparing to perform a classic song. If the four of them were to sing together, it would definitely be a mess. But now there was a conductor, a pianist, a guitarist, and a drummer under the conductor's direction. The other three would perform on their own, not caring about the others. They would only listen to the conductor's orders. That way, they would be able to perfectly perform a beautiful piece of music. This was the principle that Yi Qinghan comprehended. But in order to simulate this state, Yi Qinghan had suffered greatly. A person's soul could only think of two things at the same time. For example, Zhou Batong could use both his hands to fight and multitask. But could he multitask? If he could, then that person's soul was already in chaos. In other words, that person had already gone crazy. But Yi Qinghan was different. Yi Qinghan had two souls. In theory, if one soul could multitask, then two souls could multitask. But in reality, it was extremely difficult. Because of this, Yi Qinghan's soul nearly fell into chaos, causing his soul seed to collapse. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had a miraculous item. It was something that Yi Qinghan originally thought had no special effect. Soul Jade. Just as Yi Qinghan's soul was swollen and uncomfortable, the soul jade emitted a faint light, causing his soul to feel cool and comfortable. It instantly woke him up and calmed down. The Rain Empress had said that the soul jade had a special effect, but Yi Qinghan had never discovered it. In the past, his soul was incomparably powerful, and he had never encountered a situation where his soul was in chaos. But now, he finally knew that this soul jade was indeed a treasure. It was also worth an astronomical amount of divine stones. Two souls, each controlling two profound mysteries at the same time, and the trajectory, angle, and direction of the release could not be the slightest bit off. This was incomparably difficult. It was like a person controlling four bows with his hands and feet, but he had to shoot at four birds flying in different directions at the same time. The fifth level of soul quietness, the bewitching honey, gave Yi Qinghan a freakish soul circulation speed. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had two souls and a treasure like the soul jade. These conditions could be said to be heaven-defying, but Yi Qinghan had only succeeded once after hundreds of millions of simulations. At the moment of success, Yi Qinghan's entire soul was incomparably excited because he had successfully found the point of convergence, and the fusion was initiated. This space eternity, as long as he continued to extrapolate, it was entirely possible for him to achieve great success. The golden light on Yi Qinghan's body gradually faded. Under the large eyes of the enchantress, Yi Qinghan finally opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. "Little man, have you mastered the space eternity fusion?" The enchantress's limpid eyes released a dazzling light. She pounced over and grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand, her face full of hope. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yi Qinghan's lips moved with difficulty, and he nodded. Then his eyes rolled back, and he directly collapsed onto the enchantress's chest. His entire head was buried in the deep ravine of the enchantress's chest, and he fainted. Good job, little man. You are definitely the #1 genius in the history of the immortal realm. The enchantress's body trembled, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She hugged Yi Qinghan's head and gently stroked his black hair, her face full of pride. No matter how strong a woman was or how strong a woman was after knowing that their man had done something earth-shattering, they would all be extremely excited and proud of him. At this moment, the enchantress's heart finally accepted this little man, this man who was much younger than her. Chapter 933. Yi Qinghan slept for more than a month before waking up. He had overworked his brain and used both his souls too frequently. His soul had sunk into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 white jade peaks swaying in front of him. The peaks were tall and straight and very beautiful. They were as white as jade, sparkling and translucent. There were 2 pink cherries at the top of the peaks, trembling slightly. The scenery was enchanting. Yi Qinghan subconsciously stuck out her tongue and gently licked the peak of the mountain. Then she leaned over and sucked on a cherry in her mouth. Hee. To let Yi Qinghan sleep more comfortably, Yao Ji let him rest on her belly. She didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would act up the moment he woke up. She chuckled and said, "Little man, don't mess around. Get up." Yi Qinghan inhaled for a while more before sitting up with an unsatisfied expression. However, his hand once again reached over and began to knead in a very dishonest manner. Yao Ji's breasts were soft and bouncy. Her skin was smooth and fragrant. He liked it very much. Yao Ji rolled her eyes and slapped his hand away. Then, with a wave of her hand, the veil wrapped around her perfect body. However, it was faintly discernible, making her even more alluring. Little man, your law realm and soul realm have reached the requirements, right? There isn't much time left until the 20 years promise. Yao Ji sat up and asked. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He quickly gestured for Yao Ji to wait. Then he sat cross-legged and started to inspect his soul. After a round of inspection, Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. His 2 soul seas had doubled in size. He had reached the peak of God King Realm. Just one more step and he would reach God Arch Realm. Needless to say, he had already fused eternal space to the 3rd level of God King Realm. As long as he fused eternal space to the great success stage, he could step into God Arch Realm. Yi Qinghan didn't care much about Law Realm. Although eternal space looked awesome, it didn't have any offensive mysteries. They were all control and support mysteries. Their offensive and defensive powers weren't great. Of course, this was only compared to his origin power. What made Yi Qinghan excited was that his soul quietude was about to reach the God Emperor realm. Once he stepped into the God Emperor realm, he would have the strength of a 7th grade war god. Soul Destroyer, Demonic Note, and Soul Confusion would all have a great increase in attack power. Yi Qinghan was very clear about the attacking power of a God Arch Realm Soul Cultivator. Back then, Mo Xiao Xiao had single-handedly killed hundreds of thousands of god bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. He had personally witnessed the methods of Li He and the Rain Empress. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan reckoned that once his soul and laws reached the God Arch realm, he would be able to instantly release his origin energy. With his overall strength, he could easily kill a group of 7th grade war gods. Due to the existence of the art of concealment, he had a greater chance of staying alive when fighting against a venerable Xiao He. Yi Qinghan thought of Xiao He in the Warbeast space. Almost 20 years had passed. How much had his soul improved? He immediately sent a telepathic message to wake up Xiao He. Boss, you called for me? Xiao He stood up in the Warbeast space with sleepy eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he sent a telepathic message. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a smile as he sent a telepathic message. Check your soul. What realm have you reached? Oh, Xiao He shook his adorable little head and started to check. Then he suddenly trembled and his eyes widened. He said in disbelief, Boss, I have reached the peak of the God King realm. I feel like I can step into the God Arch realm at any time. What? Yi Qinghan was also shocked. He originally thought that Xiao He was only affected by him, and his soul had grown a little. He did not expect him to directly reach the peak of the God King realm from the 3rd tier of the God King realm. The 5th level of soul quietude was actually so abnormal. Xiao He, come out. Yi Qinghan stood up, took out a green robe, and put it on. Then he summoned Xiao He. Sure, Yan rubbed his head, then turned to the Yao Ji. Xiao He feels that his soul can break through to the God Arch realm at any time. I'm going to give him a strange fruit. Do you think it's okay? It's the top soul strange fruit in the Seal God Valley. It's best to take it at the critical moment of breaking through. Lord Devour said that when Xiao He's soul reaches the God Arch realm, it can help Xiao He transform. Wow, a top soul strange fruit. Xiao He looked at the fruit in Yi Qinghan's hand and screamed. He had wanted to eat this fruit for a long time, but Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour didn't let him. It was reasonable for him to eat it at this critical moment. This fruit has such a strong and pure soul energy. The Yao Ji received the fruit, but she didn't know what it was. Pondering for a while, her red lips parted. You guys wait here for a while. Yi Qinghan nodded. He didn't dare to make a decision like this. The Yao Ji sat on the bed, closing her eyes. Then, the barrier of the dream palace glowed all of a sudden. On the rooftop of the soul-devouring city, Lord Devour was sitting under the grape trellis, reading a book. All of a sudden, his brows twitched, lifting his head. Madame Ju was also startled, looking at Lord Devour in astonishment. Ha! Xiao He has finally grown up. Seems like little Han's trip to the Soul Emperor Island is effective. Lord Devour smiled and said faintly. Then he stooped to read his book again. However, Madame Jiu didn't understand it. However, as Lord Devour didn't want to explain, she kept silent in bewilderment. Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Yao Ji didn't close her eyes for a long time. She opened her eyes and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. I just sent a message to Jia Wu through the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She said that your fruit has pure soul energy. You can use it without worry. However, she said that once Xiao He's soul breaks through to the God Emperor realm, you should find a way to bring it back to the soul-devouring city. Okay, Yi Qinghan nodded excitedly. As Lord Devour had sent him a message, there was no problem. He took the fruit from the Yao Ji and gave it to Xiao He, smiling. Xiao He, eat it and refine it immediately. After you've refined it, your soul will definitely break through to the God Emperor realm. At that time, I'll bring you back to the soul-devouring palace and ask Lord Devour to transform you. Then you can become a human and merrily shui, ha-ha, wah-ha. Xiao He rolled in the air excitedly and shouted, Lord Xiao He, am finally going to transform. Wah-ha, big brother, I want to become a handsome man like you. Then I can flirt with pretty girls like you. It's my biggest wish. As soon as Yi Qinghan heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He turned his head to look at the Yao Ji's smiling yet not smiling expression. Feeling awkward, he lightly coughed and said, "Little Black, do you want to eat or not? I'm going to eat it if you don't." Swoosh! Xiao He turned into a shadow and grabbed the fruit in Yi Qinghan's hand. He swallowed it and made a face at Yi Qinghan. Then he lay on the bed and closed his eyes to refine the fruit. Yi Qinghan took Xiao He back into the beast-fighting space and told the Yao Ji about his situation. Although his soul had reached the peak of God-King realm, he didn't feel like Xiao He would enter the God-Emperor realm at any moment. Thus, he didn't swallow the fruit immediately. Each person could only eat one fruit in their lifetime, and it had to be swallowed at the most critical moment. The Yao Ji was relieved. She pondered for a while and said, "Little man, congratulations on completing your first challenge. Now it's your second challenge. You have 5.5 years. You have to find a way to increase your attack and defense because after 5.5 years, you'll be sent to the 6th floor. There are almost 10,000 people on the 6th floor, and they're all elites. Half of them are God Emperors. You have to defeat or kill them all." Chapter 934. Motherf * Cur. Yi Qinghan was infuriated when he thought of the second challenge. The Soul Emperor was throwing him over the fire to roast. He only had 5 years. Most importantly, he couldn't use his origin power or escape technique. He could only rely on laws and soul skills. If he could use them, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were 100 times the number of people. 5 years was probably not enough time to comprehend the eternal space. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if this eternal space had any special abilities without reaching the large success stage. If it was just an ordinary high-grade profound mystery, then he could only commit suicide. Sigh, even the combat Imperial Hall can't enter the restrictions of this damned place. Otherwise, with my current strength, I might be able to remove the restrictions of those secret skills. Yi Qinghan's mind worked quickly as he started to analyze. He could use the first ability, so close yet worlds apart. He believed that no one on the 6th level could match his current speed. Second soul skill, Heavenly Demonic Voice, Soul Extermination. However, the Heavenly Demonic Voice didn't have any attack power. It only had a hallucinatory effect. Furthermore, a God Emperor might not have much of an effect. Soul Extermination was a single-target attack. It was useless in group battles. Third combination combat skill, Soul Chaos and Soul Devourer. Soul Chaos was a group attack, but it might not be effective against the same God Emperor. Soul Devourer was definitely ferocious. No one on the 6th level could block it. Unfortunately, it was a single-target attack. There was also the Dragon Source Saber, Slaughter God Saber, and Battle Sage secret technique. These were also single-target attacks. They wouldn't be of much use in group battles. Yi Qinghan thought about it. The most troublesome thing was that he didn't have any defensive skills or powerful group attack skills. Without a strong defense, he would be easily killed in a chaotic battle. If he had a powerful group attack skill, then he could use it to replace his defense. There's no other way. I can only comprehend the laws while cultivating my soul. Hopefully, my soul will reach the God Emperor realm in 5 years. At that time, I can only rely on the speed of so close, yet worlds apart to fight guerrilla warfare. Sigh, if only I had mastered the soul poison jade saberback in the Star Sea, who could get close to me with it? Yi Qinghan thought for a while, but didn't have any good ideas. He opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. "What's wrong? Little man, are you not confident?" Yao Ji said nervously when she saw Yi Qinghan's expression. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had many treasures and also powerful secret manuals, but Yao Ji had to abide by the Soul Emperor's rules. Yi Qinghan didn't lie to her. He honestly said, Yes, I don't have any AoE skills or powerful defensive skills. I don't have confidence in mastering eternal space in 5 years. Sigh. It's all my fault. If I were outside, I would have mastered those area of effect soul skills. Yao Ji raised an eyebrow and asked doubtfully, a group attack soul skill? Wasn't there still 5 years? Why don't you meditate now? I'm lacking a few materials and herbs to refine soul poison. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Kiki, hearing this, the enchantress laughed. She laughed so beautifully that Yi Qinghan was confused. Her two towering breasts trembled. After a long time, she finally stopped laughing and said, "Where is this place?" "It's the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Little man, where can you find more materials than the Soul Emperor Pavilion?" Yi Qinghan's spirit shook. He happily and expectantly asked, "I can use the materials here." "You can't, but I can." Yao Ji faintly smiled and said, "Although the Soul Emperor has set down rules that many things cannot be touched, materials can be used. Speak, what materials do you need?" "Essence of ice, aconite, venom of toad. These are at most tens of thousands of years old. Of course, it's better if it's 100,000 years old." Yi Qinghan quickly listed out 9 types of herbs, then looked at the demoness with a face full of hope. He couldn't lack any of these materials. The Empress Rain said that these materials were extremely rare. Not only were they precious materials for refining soul poison, but they were also top-quality materials for refining pills. What kind of expression is that? Yao Ji rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan and proudly said, "What is 100,000 years old? The Soul Emperor Pavilion has these materials, and they are all million years old. The Soul Emperor Pavilion has all the rare and precious materials in the divine world." What the Soul Emperor Pavilion has, the divine world doesn't. 1 million years old. Yi Qinghan's eyes brightened. The Empress Rain said that the older the material, the stronger the poison, and the more powerful it would be. The Empress Rain's family clan was one of the top 5 great clans of the South Mountain continent, but they could only obtain 100,000 years old. Yao Ji said that there were many million years old. Yao Ji gently smiled. Her body flashed, and she disappeared from the white jade bed. A moment later, she tossed 9 jade boxes to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan quickly looked through them and discovered that they were exactly the same as the Empress Rain had described. He was in a good mood. He hugged Yao Ji and fiercely kissed her, causing her to laugh out loud. Refining soul poison was not a small matter. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He threw the materials to the side and said seriously, "The Soul Emperor Pavilion's guardian, Lady Yao Ji, I, Yi Qinghan, with my status as the Soul Emperor Pavilion's master, request to open the illusory palace's advanced function. Of course, if you dare to use the bewitching honey again, I would rather not open it." When Yao Ji heard this, she also said seriously, "With my status as the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guardian, I officially reply that the function can be opened. As for the bewitching honey, even if you want it, it's gone." "That's good. That's good." When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately smiled mischievously and reached his hand into the veil. He grasped the high ground and raised his eyebrows. He smiled ambiguously and said, "Are you on top, or am I on top?" Yao Ji softly moaned, and her face flushed red. Her body softened, and she did not speak. She only spread her legs apart. The nearly 10,000 martial artists on the 6th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were all confused. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had undergone a strange change, but after several years, there was no movement at all. This caused everyone to be startled and confused. What the hell is going on? Is the Soul Emperor trying to play us to death? Li Xiaosha's temper was becoming increasingly irritable. He had stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 24 years, and besides the strange change that had occurred a few years ago, nothing special had happened. Although he knew that this treasure hunt would take up to 1,000 years, he couldn't just stay here forever. And most importantly, he didn't know when these days would come to an end. A group of young masters couldn't cultivate here because no one knew where the guardian beast would appear from. They wanted to play, but there was no fun. To them, these days were simply torture. AI, young Master Li, calm down. There will always be a turning point. Meng Lang comforted Li Xiaosha. But he discovered that his mood had also become slightly irritable. He looked at the mountain peaks on the left and right for a while before gradually calming down. Because of the strange change in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the countless legions on the 6th floor had been completely divided into two camps. The Hidden Monarch's army had also moved to the mountain peak on the left of the Misty Continent, forming a corner with Highness Cherry Blossom's army. They coordinated with the Misty Continent's forces and prepared to resist Li Tian's forces. So many years had passed, but the entrance to the next floor had not been discovered or opened. But the alliance between the two sides still existed. However, the atmosphere was not as tense as before. However, several months later, 24 years and 9 months after the Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, the 6th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion experienced another strange change. This caused the atmosphere on the 6th floor to become tense again. This strange change came from a voice. It was a pleasant female voice. This voice resounded through the entire 6th floor, and all the martial artists could hear it clearly. 3 months later, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's quasi-master, Yi Qinghan, will challenge everyone on the 6th floor. Anyone who kills Yi Qinghan will become the next quasi-master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and obtain the treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. They will also have the chance to ascend to the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When the voice stopped, all the martial artists on the 6th floor were stunned. Instantly, they went berserk. Li Tian stood up with a thud. His eyes revealed a sinister glint. After pondering for a moment, without any hesitation, he gave a loud order. Send a message to all the Alliance martial artists to attack the Misty Continent's army. At the same time, send a message to Highness Cherry Blossom and the Hidden Monarch. Either we join forces and kill the Misty Continent's martial artists, or die. Chapter 935. The message from the Alliance came quickly. The 4 continents' armies, a small group army, and Li Tian's army had about 6,500 people. Under Li Tian's orders, they quickly gathered at Li Tian's side and prepared to attack. The situation was very clear. Yi Qinghan had entered the 8th floor. They were trapped here because of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guards. They were to be used as Yi Qinghan's whetstones. Yi Qinghan had to defeat them or kill them in order to obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion's supreme treasure and become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If they wanted to survive and obtain the treasure, they had to kill Yi Qinghan. Since Yi Qinghan could defeat them, then their lives were in Yi Qinghan's hands. Therefore, there was no room for maneuver. If Yi Qinghan didn't die, then they would. For the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure and Yi Qinghan's treasure, they had to fight to the death. Since they had to fight, then the first thing they had to do was to kill all of Yi Qinghan's helpers. First was the floating Mist Continent's martial artists. Regardless of whether they were on the same side as Yi Qinghan, they had to be killed. This concerned his life and death. Li Tian didn't dare to gamble. Similarly, the other 5 army leaders didn't dare to gamble either. Li Tian predicted that the Cherry Blossom Highness and the Hidden Monarch's armies wouldn't dare to gamble either. Even if they didn't join the alliance, they would remain neutral. After all, Yi Qinghan was everyone's enemy now. However, the Cherry Blossom Highness and the Hidden Monarch's armies didn't agree to the alliance. They didn't even reply. This surprised Li Tian. He didn't dare to make any rash moves. He waved his hand and invited the 5 army leaders over. To be able to become an army leader, they were either the strongest or the most respected. For example, the Blood Knight continent's army leader was Blood Knight City's #1 young master, Blood Fiend King. His strength was at the peak of the God King realm, but he was the direct descendant of the Blood Knight monarch. For example, the leader of that small group, Emperor Hao, he had just entered the God Emperor realm not too long ago. On the surface, his nomological abilities were at the peak of 4th grade. However, in the Myriad Gods Cave in the Stellar Sea, he had obtained an ancient secret technique. His overall abilities were at the peak of 5th grade War God. Greetings, everyone. There's no need to say anything else. I just sent someone to send a message to Nanling and the Hidden Monarch, but I haven't received a reply yet. So, I've gathered everyone to hear everyone's opinions. Li Tian had a faint smile on his face, and his bearing was composed. He really had the aura of a supreme expert. The Blood Fiend Monarch, who was clad in blood-red battle armor, emitted a murderous aura from his eyes. He waved his hand and said in an overbearing manner, "Young Master Li, why do you care so much? We'll just kill our way there. If the 2 sides are blind, we'll just destroy them together." As soon as he said that, the leader of the Grace Mainland's Legion, a middle-aged man with a serious appearance and temperament, waved his hand. "Don't rush. We should wait. If they don't reply in 2 hours, then they can't blame us. Whoever dares to help the martial artists of the Misty Continent will be killed as well. We have more than 6,000 people, and even if all of them add up, they have more than 3,000 people. Do you think they can overturn the sky?" All right. Everyone felt that this was logical. Anyway, that female voice had said that Yi Qinghan would only appear in another 3 months. There was no hurry. Everyone gathered together to discuss the various formations, attacks, and defenses. Since it was a matter of life and death for everyone automatically twisted into a rope and tightly united. They had already formed an alliance a few years ago. It was no longer possible for them to betray the past. They could only unite as one and advance and retreat together. After waiting for 6 hours, there was still no reply from both sides. Everyone couldn't wait any longer and didn't intend to wait any longer. The discussion had already been concluded. Li Tian waved his hand heavily, and the 6 leaders flew down the mountain under the protection of their subordinates. Then, they started to run towards the Misty Continent's Legion, according to the formation that they had discussed. The discussion had already been concluded, but the Misty Continent's side was in an uproar. First, it was Li Xiaosha and the rest. When they heard the female voice, they were all ecstatic. Even Li Xiaosha and the rest were shouting excitedly. However, the Viper Wargid's faint reminder immediately made everyone feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. Then, the scout who was scouting the situation outside reported back, which made everyone's bodies even colder. Li Tian had started to gather his troops. The 5 legions were heading towards Li Tian's encampment. Li Xiaosha and the group of young masters panicked. Although they were all young masters in the Misty Continent and had a large group of subordinates with them, they had seen many big scenes. But they basically had no experience in such a big battle, especially when the difference in strength between them and the enemy was too great. At this moment, Viper War Immortal stood out. The young masters then realized that there was a reason why Dancing Phoenix City and Longyang Manor recommended this young God Emperor as one of the commanders of the legions. Just as everyone was panicking, Viper War Immortal calmly ordered all the scouts to move out and pay close attention to the situation on the 6th floor. At the same time, he asked Elong War Immortal to start building defensive arrays around the encampment. After doing all this, he calmly asked Li Xiaosha and young Master Menglang to send a message to Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the concealed monarch's men, asking them to come and discuss the important matter. LoveLore Immortal wasn't strong, but he was proficient in some small arrays. And he actually brought along 5 array masters. It was as though he expected this day to happen. In addition, LoveLore Immortal had a calm temperament and was able to command without a trace of panic. All the young masters felt slightly relieved. Li Xiaosha and young Master Menglang immediately took out their communication jade talismans and started to send messages to Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the leader of the concealed monarch. The leader of the concealed monarch, Menglang, had paid a visit before. The leader was a martial artist wearing golden battle armor and called himself Ni. Young Master Menglang didn't converse much with him because this young Master Ni had a cold personality. He only stated that he would advance and retreat together with the Misty Continent's men. When the message was sent out, Hidden Monarch Legion's young Master Ni replied very quickly and immediately arrived. In just a short moment, young Master Ni only brought a few subordinates and rushed over. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's reply was also very fast, but there was still no sign of her. It wasn't that Her Highness Cherry Blossom didn't want to come over, but she had an argument with her subordinates. A very serious argument. Your Highness, please reconsider. Li Tian's men are already heading over here. They have double the number of martial artists that we have. Furthermore, Your Highness, don't forget our original intention of coming here. If not, let's maintain our neutrality. More than 1,000 martial artists knelt on one knee in front of Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Over a dozen young masters in front of them bowed to Her Highness Cherry Blossom. These young masters shouted in unison. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's face couldn't be seen due to her helmet, but her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. These people were usually very respectful to her, but at this critical juncture, all of them decisively disobeyed her will. She had just explained the situation and her intentions, but all of them actually objected. After waiting for everyone to finish speaking, Her Highness Cherry Blossom then waved her hand heavily and yelled out, "I have made up my mind. Those who are willing, follow me. Those who are not, maintain your neutrality. Of course, if you want to defect to Li Tian's side, I have no objections." Chapter 936. Her Highness Cherry Blossom walked out with her 12 guards. Over a dozen young masters and hundreds of God Emperor experts looked at each other. Finally, they sighed deeply and followed Her Highness Cherry Blossom down the mountain. If Her Highness Cherry Blossom died, they were all going to die, and even their clans would be implicated. It might be dangerous to go to the Misty Continent now, but it wasn't completely hopeless. Most importantly, things had happened too suddenly. They had no way to deal with it, and could only follow Her Highness Cherry Blossom. When Her Highness Cherry Blossom arrived, the martial artists of the Misty Continent were energized. Li Xiaosha and young Master Menglang personally came to the foot of the mountain to welcome them. Her Highness Cherry Blossom heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the young masters behind her. However, when she saw their gloomy faces, she transmitted a message. 3 months later, you will understand how correct my decision was. Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the group went up the mountain under the lead of Li Xiaosha and young Master Menglang. The Viper War God welcomed everyone at the peak of the mountain. Everyone sat down in a simple hall. This hall was built by Viper War God many years ago. At that time, Li Xiaosha said that Viper War God was too bored. Now, it seemed like he had a strategy planned. Seeing Viper War God sitting at the top, Li Xiaosha and Menglang didn't have any objections. young Master and Her Highness Cherry Blossom knew that this was the true leader of the Misty Continent. They quickly exchanged conventional greetings and introduced themselves. Then, they turned serious and prepared to discuss official matters. Young Master Nee's personality seemed to be especially cold. After he entered, he only spoke a few short sentences, and each sentence was short and straightforward. At this moment, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had already taken off her helmet, but he was still wearing his golden helmet. His eyes were cold as he looked at Viper War God, and spoke first. Viper War God, let's get to the point. Do you have a plan to defeat the enemy? If not, we can only remain neutral. The atmosphere in the hall was originally quite good, but young Master Nee's words caused the atmosphere to become tense. Everyone looked at Viper War God with flickering eyes as they pondered the meaning of young Master Nee's words. Once Li Tian announced the alliance, young Master immediately indicated that he would advance and retreat with the people of the Misty Continent. After the message was sent, young Master didn't say a word and immediately brought people over. Now, his first sentence was so straightforward. The Viper War God still maintained the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was calm, and there was no aura coming from his body. He was just like an ordinary warrior. There were dozens of young masters in the main hall, and all of them were looking at Jiang Yi with burning eyes. Jiang Yi's expression didn't change at all, and he even let out a slight smile. He looked at young Master and said, "Young Master I think you actually don't want to form an alliance with us, right? Allying with us in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, or should I say allying with City Lord Yi Qinghan. I'm afraid this is the order of your family's monarch." Hua. The Viper War Gods in different words were like a boulder being thrown into a calm lake, causing a commotion. Especially the members on young Master Nee's side. All of them looked at the Viper War God in disbelief. It seemed like they wanted to see if the Viper War God was an impersonator or if there was something wrong with his brain. Young Master Nee's eyes emitted two dazzling radiance as he stared at the Viper War God. His aura presence flourished, and there was even a hint of killing intent within the violent aura presence. However, it was only for a flash. The performance of young Master Nee's men had verified the authenticity of the Viper War God's words. Li Xiaosha and the other young masters were even more convinced of the Viper War God. The people on Her Highness Cherry Blossom's side also revealed astonished and puzzled expressions. A moment later, young Master regained his composure and spoke coldly. "So what if I am?" Even if His Majesty did. The situation is so serious now. Even if I disobey His Majesty won't blame me. After all, our lives are our own. Ha! Young Master I can understand your feelings. I'm afraid there are some people on Her Highness Cherry Blossom's side who aren't willing, right? The Viper War God cupped his hands politely. Then he swept his gaze across the troops on Cherry Blossom Highness's side and said indifferently, "But don't worry. As long as we work together, we will definitely win. Moreover, City Lord Yi will definitely reward us generously." "Oh, is the Viper War God that confident?" Her Highness, the Cherry Blossom Highness, smiled, sweeping away the awkward atmosphere in the hall. Her beautiful face, under her golden curls, appeared even more charming and passionate. Her Highness Cherry Blossom was also interested in the Viper War God's confidence. Although she was determined to help this side, her heart was actually very restless. The Viper War God nodded slightly at Her Highness, the Cherry Blossom Highness, and said with a smile, "No one has been able to enter the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion for so many years. However, City Lord Yi has entered. What does this mean? City Lord Yi brought along a 7th grade war god and 100 martial artists, yet he was able to wage war against the Star Sea. He even killed a supremacy with his own hands. His strength goes without saying. Now that he has come down from the 8th floor, his strength will definitely increase by another level. Therefore, as long as we can hold on for 3 months and wait for City Lord Yi to come down, we will definitely win. Everyone nodded. Yi Qinghan was famous. If he really obtained the Soul Emperor's treasure, he might really be able to sweep away everyone on the 6th floor. Although Her Highness, the Cherry Blossom Highness's side, had clashed with Yi Qinghan hadn't revealed his formidable strength. However, his ability to casually activate the restrictions was already very abnormal. Then how can we hold on for 3 months? We only have 3,000 people, but Li Tian's side has twice as many people. Furthermore, in terms of the average strength of the martial artists, they are definitely stronger than us. Her Highness, the Cherry Blossom Highness, once again said with a smile. All the martial artists in the hall had a glint in their eyes. This was the most crucial question. If they couldn't hold on, they would all be dead before Yi Qinghan came down. The Viper War God laughed heartily and stood up happily. His aura surged violently as he said in a deep voice, "If I can guarantee that the enemy can only attack from a small entrance on this mountain, do you think we can hold on for 3 months?" What? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Li Xiaosha even exclaimed in shock. Everyone looked at the Viper War God in disbelief. Although the mountain where the Misty Continent was stationed was steep, it was like flat ground to a god-rank martial artist. The enemy could attack them from all directions. If it was really as the Viper War God said, that the enemy could only attack from a small entrance, then the 3,000 of them could easily hold on for 3 months. Creak! The door to the hall suddenly opened. Ilong War God walked in and cupped his hands towards everyone. He then smiled and said to the Viper War God, "Big brother, the arrangements have been made." Hee. The Viper War God cupped his hands towards everyone and smiled mysteriously. "If you don't believe me, you can follow me to take a look. Then you will know for sure." Chapter 937. The 6th level's terrain was very complicated and spacious. If one wanted to explore the entire level, it would take at least half a month. However, Li Tian and his men only took half a day to reach the 6th level. Half a day was enough to investigate many things clearly. For example, the troops from Nanling Continent and the Hidden Monarch Army had all arrived at the floating continent's base. Since the situation was so clear, the people from Li Tian's side didn't stand on ceremony. At this moment, there was no longer any sense of camaraderie. It was either you die or I live. Moreover, the martial artists from Li Tian's side didn't care at all. More than 6,000 people versus 3,000 people. Everyone's strength was about the same. There was no suspense at all. The martial artists from Li Tian's side only scanned the area below the mountain peak. Without any hesitation, they split into 4 teams and attacked from all 4 sides of the mountain peak simultaneously. Kill! More than 6,000 experts shouted at the same time from all 4 directions. Their murderous intent surged into the sky and shook the earth. The violent aura caused the space around the mountain peak to vibrate. Chilly winds howled, and the trees below the mountain peak rustled. Wang! 3 rays of light suddenly lit up. They were like 3 walls erected in 3 different directions of the mountain peak. These 3 light walls shot into the sky and formed a semicircle surrounding the entire mountain peak. Only a small opening was left. This wasn't important. What was important was that these 3 light walls were tens of thousands of meters tall and were connected to the restrictions in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 parties stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to move recklessly. They were shocked. If these light walls triggered the restrictions, they would all die if a few divine lightning struck down. Many martial artists recognized this light wall. It was like a high-level spatial esoteric, spatial confinement. However, this spatial confinement was different from the ones they had seen before. This was because a normal spatial confinement would completely confine a space. It was like a square glass bottle. However, there wasn't a light wall at the top, and it wasn't completely sealed. Instead, there was an opening. Most importantly, this light wall was actually connected to the restrictions in the sky. Moreover, it hadn't triggered the restrictions in the sky yet. Whoever dares to attack the light wall will trigger all the restrictions in this level. Then we will all die together. Ha ha! A loud voice rang out from all directions of the mountain peak. This voice was clearly amplified by divine power, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The expressions of the martial artists on Li Tian's side all changed. Looking at the arc-shaped light wall, none of them dared to move. These arc-shaped walls of light had clearly been amplified by an array formation. They contained terrifying energy, and when the three walls of light were connected together, the energy was incomparably huge. If they really attacked this wall of light, they would definitely trigger the restrictions on it. At that time, the sixth floor might really be destroyed by the restrictions. Everyone gather here and take turns to attack. Don't use energy attacks. You can't attack the light wall. Kill. Li Tian pondered for a moment and didn't dare to gamble anymore. After sending a few voice transmissions to the Legion leaders, they took the lead and charged toward the entrance without the light wall. There was no other way. If he didn't kill these 3,000 people, when Yi Qinghan came down and gained control of the situation, he would be the first one to be killed. Although the entrance was small, it was still an entrance, wasn't it? As long as they could repel the martial artists blocking the entrance, the army could follow in and annihilate all of them. Of course, Li Tian was completely out of ideas. He could only fight with his life on the line. Their side had double the number of people as compared to the Misty Continent. Even if they exchanged one for another, they could still survive at least half. Kill. A series of orderly shouts echoed on the mountain peak. The martial artists under Li Tian had just charged into the entrance when Li Xiaoxia led his men and charged over. In the air, on the ground, and halfway up the mountain, there were figures everywhere. Just that due to the terrain, both sides didn't dare to get too close to the light walls. Both sides could only have close to 100 people. There weren't any energy attacks. Both sides directly carried all sorts of weapons and charged into battle. All sorts of radiance of laws flickered in the air, reflecting the magnificent radiance of the light walls on both sides. The entire entrance was exceptionally beautiful. Buzz. Suddenly, just as the martial artists from both sides were charging together, an earthy yellow radiance lit up. The dozens of martial artists under Li Kong instantly felt their bodies sinking, and their movements became sluggish. But Li Xiaoxia's men didn't have any discomfort. Their speed seemed to be even faster. The outcome was obvious. In the first round of killing, just a single exchange, and dozens of Li Kong's men were instantly killed. Charge! Li Xiaoxia held a long spear in his hand. The spearhead shone with blue radiance, emitting rays of ripple-like radiance. With a loud shout, he took the lead and charged forward. The earthy yellow radiance shrouded hundreds of people. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to expand the battle results. Such a powerful, spacious suppression. Everyone retreat. Li Kong stood in the air at the back. The 12 guards beside him watched the battle situation in front of him nervously. His expression suddenly darkened. Without any hesitation, he shouted decisively. His eyes were fixed on the mountain peak, and a middle-aged man in the war god robe was smiling faintly. "Viper War God, good move. Sakura admires you." The martial artists on the mountain peak instantly had a huge boost in morale. Initially, there were still some people who had doubts, but now, all of them gave Viper War God a thumbs up. Hee. Actually, I didn't think of this alone. This is something that City Lord Lejeune and I researched together. And these array masters are from Soul Eater City. My space suppression profound mystery wasn't originally this powerful. Hee. Viper War God shook his head with a smile and explained. Then his face regained its calmness. He said indifferently, "Everyone, don't relax. There will be a few more fierce battles." Many people didn't understand the hidden meaning of Viper War God's explanation. They thought that he was being modest. However, young Master Meng Lang, His Highness Sakura, and young Master and I were shocked. The first sentence didn't mean anything. The middle and last sentence were the main point. Originally, young Master Meng Lang and the rest weren't sure why an unknown little god emperor could actually become one of the leaders of the team. Now that they thought about it, it was actually arranged by Lord Devour. No wonderly he was willing to let his precious son participate in this dangerous treasure hunt. In addition to the orders from the various patriarchs, everything was clear. Since it was arranged by Lord Devour, it was normal to have such a method. It was also easy to explain why Viper War God's space suppression profound mystery had such power. Everyone's confidence was boosted, and their fighting spirit soared. The martial artists from Li Tian's side didn't attack immediately. Instead, they set up camp on the opposite side. A few leaders and countless young masters gathered together to discuss countermeasures. After discussing for an entire day, they still couldn't come up with any good ideas. The entrance was too small. Moreover, the space suppression from the Misty Continent's space law expert was too abnormal. If they couldn't break through the entrance, the army wouldn't be able to enter. If they continued to attack like this, no matter how many people they sent, they would all die. After Li Kong gathered everyone, he simply said a few words and fell into a deep silence. He listened to everyone arguing noisily and proposing all kinds of ideas which were rejected. Finally, when everyone was silent, he opened his mouth. His face had already regained its calmness. He said indifferently, "I have 3 ways to break through this fortress. However, this requires everyone's cooperation." Blood Fiend Monarch was the first to stand up. He patted his chest and said loudly, "Young Masterly, please speak. As long as there is a good idea, I, Blood Fiend Monarch, will be the first to charge. I will shred all these bastards from the Misty Continent into pieces." Chapter 938. For the next few days, the martial artists from Li Tian seemed to be silent. They didn't attack anymore, and just surrounded the entire mountain. Every hour, more than 100 martial artists would be sent to feign an attack and harass them. Once the Viper War God released the spatial pressure, the team of martial artists would immediately retreat. Countless experts would rush over from the side to support the team of martial artists. This was a very normal method of harassment, but the Piao continent side had to be on guard. The Viper War God didn't dare to be distracted and rest for even a moment. Otherwise, an opening would be opened up. Even if he had the spatial pressure, the range was limited and he couldn't defend against the attack of the army. Half a month later, the Viper War God couldn't hold on any longer. He could only let more martial artists guard the entrance. He had just entered the God-Arch realm, and his divine power wasn't strong enough. Moreover, this strengthened spatial pressure was very taxing on his mind. He couldn't hold on for a long period of time. The entrance was surrounded by thousands of troops and could be attacked at any time. The martial artists from the Piao continent were on high alert. They were always on the lookout for someone to charge through the entrance and force their way in. Therefore, no one dared to let their guard down. Not only were the people on shift extremely careful, but the rest of the martial artists were also sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, ready to welcome a large-scale battle at any time. The Viper War God said that this defensive formation might be safe, but there were so many people on the other side. There might be some abnormal people, and there might be accidents, especially when the martial artists from Litian were acting very strangely recently. This abnormality lasted for more than a month, and there was finally an accident. The Viper War God rested for 10 days and replaced Her Highness Cherry Blossom and young Master and I on the mountain peak again. But this time, the martial artists from Litian were really going all out. Teams of martial artists started to attack. Every time, there would be 100 people, but there were more than 1,000 people nearby, eyeing covetously and ready to attack at any time. This time, it wasn't a feint, but a real attack. The martial artists didn't care about the consequences. All of them risked their lives, and every move they made was a finishing move. It was a method to perish together, under the continuous spatial pressure from the Viper War God. There was no suspense in the battle. In just 10 days, Litian had lost close to 1,000 people. Of course, the Piao continent had also lost more than 200 martial artists. At the entrance, at the foot of the mountain, and halfway up the mountain, there were corpses everywhere. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. Organs and intestines hung on the branches, and blood dyed the green trees below red. Litian's attack was accompanied by feint attacks. Basically, there were dozens of feint attacks, one real attack, and one real attack. There was no pattern to it. In just 10 days, the Viper War God had exhausted too much of its mental energy. It couldn't hold on any longer and retreated to recover. Half a day after Viper War, Litian, the real attack, day after Viper Day, War Day, the real attack finally came. Li Xiaoxia had just arrived on his shift, so he did not pay much attention to it. The martial artists over at Litian's side simply loved to brag and put on a show. In the end, they were just a bunch of low-level martial artists. Li and killed, and that Li to Li Earth. Li. When the people on the other side rushed to a certain distance, little dripping Kill raised his spear, and a blue light blossomed from the spearhead. The blue light rippled out in all directions, and the imposing aura was majestic and fierce. The 300 martial artists followed Li Xiaoxia and charged at the enemy. This was Viper War God's arrangement. As long as he wasn't at the front, there had to be 300 martial artists guarding the entrance. This way, even if the enemy used a big move and killed the 100 people in front, the 300 martial artists at the back would be able to hold on for a while. The 200-odd people at the back would be able to hold out for a while. This would give the other cultivators on the mountain peak time to rush up and block the entrance. However, Viper War God was wrong. The roar of a beast could be heard all of a sudden, as a gigantic shadow of a giant beast instantly engulfed the 300 people. Li Xiaoxia's chest lit up with a blue light, enveloping his entire body. However, he still vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. The 300 martial artists around him were instantly turned into dust, leaving behind pieces of divine crystals. They were emitting colorful lights, floating in the air, and were extremely eye-catching. Transcendent grade divine weapon, the eyes of the Cherry Blossom Highness, who was guarding the entrance, suddenly emitted rays of light. His body shot up into the sky, and countless martial artists around him woke up as well. They turned into numerous shadows and sprinted towards the entrance. However, the entrance was instantly broken through, and Li Tian's group of 100 martial artists had already rushed in. One of them was extremely fast, and as he flew, his body enlarged rapidly. In an instant, he was already a few hundred meters tall. Behind this team of 100, there were countless martial artists flying towards the entrance at lightning speed. Bang, bang. Countless martial artists from the floating continent used all sorts of powerful secret techniques and laws to attack the 100-meter-tall giant like a swarm of bees. However, the skin of the giant actually lit up with a brown light, and countless mysterious patterns appeared on it. Countless weapons pierced his body, but were repelled. Only the cherry blossom highness's flaming red longsword pierced through, but it was grabbed by the giant and couldn't move at all. Ha ha! Great job! Howdy! Hold on! Everyone, charge! Li Tian's maniacal laughter reverberated in the wilderness, his face full of malevolence. As he waved his hand, countless martial artists followed the wind and charged in. In an instant, hundreds of people had already rushed in, and they had already secured the entrance. As long as the giant could hold on for a while longer, more martial artists would rush in, and the outcome would be determined. Li Tian had been executing this plan for a long time. The previous feint was to calculate the limit of the Viper War God's continuous spatial pressure. This time, the feint attack had once again exhausted the Viper War God's energy and divine power. Only then did he activate his killer move. The real killer move was this giant. He was the leader of the scattered martial artist army. He had obtained an ancient secret technique from the Myriad God Cave, and his defense was comparable to that of a 6th-grade war god. As for the transcendent grade divine weapon, it naturally belonged to Li Tian. For this assault, he had arranged for his 12 bodyguards to hide in the team of 100. The 12 of them knew a joint attack tactic which allowed them to concentrate their divine power on one person and forcefully increase their divine power to that of a 6th-grade war god. The more powerful the user of the transcendent grade divine weapon, the more powerful it would be. If Li Tian had released that attack, he would definitely not have been able to kill 300 experts in a second. Li Tian's plan was indeed vicious. If Li Kong knew about it, he would definitely be praised by everyone. Buzz. Li Tian's smile was cut off by a streak of earthy yellow light. The Viper War God had emerged from the wooden house again, and he had a faint smile on his face. His eyes pierced through the thousands of martial artists and looked at Li Tian from afar. He seemed to be mocking Li Tian. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and countless pieces of flesh and limbs flew everywhere. Li Tian's face darkened again. Along with the huge explosion, Howdy's mountain-like body was turned into pieces of flesh that flew in all directions. Similarly, a giant phantom image of a strange beast condensed in the blood mist. The strength of a 6th-grade war god and a transcendent grade divine weapon. You guys are not the only ones who have it. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's eyes were filled with coldness. Fresh blood slowly dripped from the fiery red longsword in her hand. The tip of the sword was pointed at Li Tian's chief bodyguard, who was also wielding a transcendent grade divine weapon. She was imposing and awe-inspiring, as though she was an ancient war goddess. Swish! Over 1,000 subordinates of Her Highness Cherry Blossom and hundreds of people from the misty continent rushed towards the entrance in a frenzy. They surrounded Li Tian and his men. Under the spatial pressure of the Viper War God, it was obvious that these hundreds of people were not enough to kill. As for her 10 bodyguards, Xiong Dao and the others, they rushed towards Her Highness Cherry Blossom and were prepared to fight it out with Li Tian's 12 bodyguards. Haha, Li Tian, you are not the only one who knows how to scheme. You are not the only one who has a transcendent grade divine weapon. Mr. Ni leisurely flew from the mountain peak to midair. The battle saber in his hand was automatically unsheathed, accompanied by a soft cry. A phantom image of a strange beast gradually condensed in midair. Haha, is that so? Li Tian laughed instead of getting angry. His voice was extremely delighted. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism as he shouted, "Xiongdao, do it!" Her Highness Cherry Blossom, be careful! The Viper War God had been paying attention to Li Tian's expression. When Li Tian laughed, he felt that something was amiss. His divine senses had already scanned the surroundings. Before Li Tian could say anything, he had already noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, he almost shouted at the same time as Li Tian. Chapter 939. The Viper War God had shouted very quickly, but it was still too late, because Qiongdao's hand had already stealthily reached behind Her Highness Cherry Blossom's slender waist. His hand emitted blazing divine power and sealed her divine crystal. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's divine sense had been locked onto Li Tian's 10 guards. She was surrounded by Nanling City's personal guards, so why would she be on guard? Although she had forcefully used a secret technique to raise her divine power to that of a 6th-grade war god, her body's defenses were not strong, especially behind her. Because of the 10 guards behind her, she was even more relaxed. Once her divine power was sealed, the divine sword in Her Highness Cherry Blossom's hand instantly withered, and the phantom of the strange beast gradually faded. Her body was grabbed by Qiongdao, and she sprinted towards the entrance. The situation at the entrance was even more tragic. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Nanling Corps suddenly rebelled and attacked the martial artists from the Misty Corps, as well as the hundreds of martial artists from Li Tian's side. More than half of the martial artists from the Misty Corps were killed in an instant. Fresh blood dyed the sky red, and the divine crystal emitted a dazzling multicolored light. "Qiongdao, how dare you!" Her Highness Cherry Blossom roared angrily. Her voice was slightly shrill because of her anger and fear. She had not expected that the guards that Nanling City had personally chosen for her would rebel. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Nanling continent had rebelled at the same time, but she had not sensed anything amiss. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. You can't go on like this. When Yi Qinghan comes down, he will definitely kill us all. It's useless even if we help the Misty Continent. Now, we can only eliminate the martial artists of the Misty Continent together to fight against Yi Qinghan." Qiongdao's face was full of shame, but his eyes were abnormally resolute. The martial artists from the Nanling continent also had ruthless expressions. "Nonsense! Who did you hear that from?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom's eyes were about to spit fire, but she did not struggle. Instead, she coldly swept her gaze over the dozen young masters from the Nanling Corps. The dozen young masters shrunk back under her cold gaze. One of them, with a jade-like complexion, gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, don't forget the purpose of our trip. If we can't obtain the treasure, how can we face the Nanling Corps disciples who died? How can we answer to Uncle? Only by killing Yi Qinghan can we obtain the treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." "Ha, you're right." As they spoke, Li Tian and countless martial artists had already rushed into the entrance and surrounded the Ethereal Legion's martial artists. The outcome was set. The crowd split apart as Li Tian led a group of young masters to the front under the protection of dozens of guards. Li Tian's face was filled with smiles while his eyes were filled with confidence and calmness. It was as though everything was in his hands, and he had a different kind of aura. He looked coldly at young Master and I and yelled out, "Young Master and I, right? You still haven't woken up. If you don't kill Yi Qinghan, what will you get? I've already sworn a God Emperor blood oath with all the Legion leaders. No matter who obtains the Soul Emperor Pavilion and Yi Qinghan's treasures, they will be divided equally. If you don't come to your senses, don't blame us for being ruthless." Right now, there were only around 600 to 700 martial artists from the Ethereal Continent. All of them were gathered behind the Viper War God and young Master Meng Lang. Young Master and I had close to 1,000 subordinates, but they were all gathered behind Young Master and I. His eyes were flickering, and he would occasionally look at the misty legion with cold eyes. He was silent and waiting for Young Master Nee's decision. Sigh. The Viper War God let out a slight sigh and felt a little helpless. He had calculated everything and was certain about Her Highness Cherry Blossom and Young Master Nee's character. He didn't expect Li Tian to not choose to convince the two of them, but to start with Her Highness Cherry Blossom's subordinates instead. With the addition of Emperor Hao, the victory was decided in one fell swoop. Humph! Young Master Nee's golden battle armor was surging with god power. The battle saber in his hand was revolving with mutated beast shadows. He roared and said coldly, I Yao never make decisions. Once I make a decision, do you think you can convince me with just a few words? I am not like those good-for-nothings from the South Mountain continent. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why speak so much nonsense? All right, if you want to fight, let's fight. Her Highness Cherry Blossom, don't blame yourself. The ethereal continent will remember this favor. Ilong, bring the men and prepare to activate the restriction. Once all of us die in battle, activate the restriction immediately. Whether we can escape from the restriction will depend on everyone's capabilities. All Misty Legion, listen up. Follow me and kill. Viper War God let out a long laugh. His voice was incomparably carefree and heroic despite the dangerous situation. He held a giant axe in his hand that was radiating with god power. With a wave of his hand, he released a spatial pressure that enveloped the hundreds of martial artists in front of Li Tian. He then took the lead and rushed out. Ilong War God led the 5 array masters and quickly left the team. They rushed towards the light wall behind them. The 6 of them each had an array stone in their hands. They poured in god power, causing the array stone to radiate with radiance that reflected the light on the light wall. Their faces were filled with determination to die. Kill. Young Master and I took the lead and rushed forward with the mutated beast shadows in his hand. It was obvious that Young Master and I had a much higher prestige than Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Once he made a move, his subordinates didn't hesitate and rushed forward with him. They looked at the array stones in the hands of Ilong War God and the others that were radiating with resplendent radiance. They looked at the 6 of them who were unafraid of death. They looked at the sinister smiles in the eyes of the Misty Legion's martial artists that were rushing over. The martial artists on Li Tian's side were frightened by the Hidden Legion's martial artists that were like hungry wolves. The barbaric feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared those who didn't care about their lives. Those who wore shoes feared those who were barefooted. The Misty Legion adopted a desperate stance. Li Tian's expression changed first. This wasn't the ending he wanted. If he allowed these small fries to die with him, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. Although he and all the young masters had precious treasures bestowed by their respective clans, who knew how powerful the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restriction would be when it was fully activated? What if their treasures couldn't withstand it? This wasn't the outside world where they had a 7th grade war god protecting them at all times, kill half of their men, and retreat. Li Tian and the young masters retreated rapidly under the protection of their guards. Their minds were spinning rapidly. Before they even retreated out of the entrance, they had already thought of a complete plan. They quickly gave the order. The mountain peak started to bleed again. Although the Viper War God had preserved his strength, the range of the spatial suppression was only so big. More than half of Li Tian's men had entered, and his subordinates from the South Mountain continent had betrayed him. The disparity in strength between the two sides was extremely great. Although the morale of the Misty Legion and the Hidden Legion was high, they couldn't win against the other side's numbers. 1 hour later, the entire mountain peak was dyed red with blood. More than half of the Misty Legion had died, and there were only over 300 men left. 2 young masters had perished, and the Viper War God had fainted from his severe injuries. More than half of the Hidden Legion had died, and young Master Enai was injured. Seal the mountain, Misty Legion and young Master Enai. Listen up. Stay inside obediently. If you dare to come out, kill every single one of them. If you aren't afraid of death, then activate the restriction. His Highness Li Tian ordered everyone to retreat and surround the entrance. He had been commanding the battle just now and instructed the martial artists on this side not to kill the important figures of the other side. Otherwise, the Viper War God and young Master Enai would definitely be dead. As expected, after killing most of the martial artists and leaving behind a few hundred, no one dared to charge, because the young masters of the Misty Legion didn't die, and the Misty Legion only had 2 descendants of the mid-level clans that died. The Dragon War God didn't dare to activate the restriction. Right now, this defensive position had become a cage that trapped Viper and the others.